Hello! Keep your feet on the ground.
What's on your mind? Keep your feet on the ground.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one.
Talk to me! Keep it real! Talk to me. Interest you on a pint?
Hi, how are you?
Need assistance? Alrighty then.
How are you? You got my attention?
Greetings. Alrighty then.
Here there. What's up? Hurry back! Yo!
Do I have a deal for you? Keep it real.
Time is money, friend! Keep it real. Talk to me. Glad I could help.
Welcome. Safe travels.
Destiny knows, Dylan knows, Brianna knows,
Yep.
that the way you do investigations like this is you go after low-level people, you charge them with crimes, and then you try to get them to float. That's exactly what they're doing with Nada. That makes sense. That's what you do. The fact that they did the exact opposite in the Hillary Clinton investigation, where they said, instead, we'll just give immunity, and then ask him, oh, did anybody tell you to do this? No, I did it myself. Imagine if that's how the task they would have taken, the equal standard here. Just gave Nada immunity and said, did Trump tell you to do stuff? And he said, no, I did it all on my own. We wouldn't be having this conversation. So you're always able to focus in on these details when you have a double standard that investigates one team as hard as possible, goes after them for process crimes, and turns the screws on them, but gives the other side immunity or refuses to investigate. Rob Nor, you can find me wherever.
Okay, very cool. So this officially ends the debate segment of this. What I would like to do for anybody who wants to engage is basically just have a conversation. We can move it wherever we want to. We can talk about the Trump indictment. We can talk about the Durham report. We can talk about our family lives. We can do whatever. Typically, I run this for like the last hour, the first 2 hours of the debate, and then the last hour is just us kind of vibing. We're all creators. We're all contenders. We all throw elbows. We all talk shit. We all roll in the mud. So wouldn't it be cool to kind of have a more chill conversation about it? So the Destiny brings up a question, or brought up a question about 30 minutes ago, basically saying like, hey Connor, weren't you a cop? Don't you understand that there's statute of limitations when it comes to investigation? If I were in the city and the mayor's son was posting to social media how he was like banging prostitutes, smoking crack, working for a local business and taking thousands of dollars, all that kind of shit. Like I see Dylan nodding his head and the lefty's like the fucking meme on it or whatever. It would probably be bad for my career, but I would see that as somebody that in a just world would be thoroughly investigated. So the pistol shit isn't necessarily what I care about. It's the fact that it seems like, I think, I'll wrap it up. I've been patiently listening to y'all for 2 hours, so if you indulge some of my rants, I would be appreciative.
Please.
But
I can add to this conversation too.
Yeah, if 5 years from now, I bring up Hunter Biden about how the FBI and DOJ and local law enforcement investigated Hunter Biden and nothing ever came of it, and then you tell me, well, that's 5 years ago, you're fucking boring, shut the fuck up, I'm gonna be a little annoyed.
Yeah, so a bunch of the statute of limitations thing, it's like, yes, when the incident happened with Hunter Biden, it was 5 years ago. But you know what was happening 5 years ago? The not reporting of what was actually going on, and they were doing these investigations. Connor, I sent you the Politico article that covers all this. Well within statute of limitations. It was in like the year of it occurring, and it just never went forward. So it's like, why couldn't we prosecute these federal firearms charges then? Why? Yep. Because there was no political capital in going after it.
I mean, look.
Yeah,
so,
sorry, you go first.
I just want to say, I think if liberals were being intellectually honest here, I think that if we really wanted to stand for issues like, how can I say this? Something I saw when I ran for office is it doesn't matter who you are, right, left, you all believe there's corruption in Washington, and I think what happened with Hunter Biden is pretty clearly an example of nepotism, right? Like, he's given a cushy job because of his dad, like this is pay-for-play access with the rich and powerful, to a lesser extent we saw this with Nancy Pelosi, her daughter, who seems to be one of the key people, like basically caretaking Feinstein right now as she's trying to do her job in the Senate. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that our side doesn't do that too. It exists on the right and the left, the powerful, like they do with Hunter Biden.
But the problem is you don't see it as a double standard.
Yeah, let's let people finish as much as possible.
We're in the chill time, man.
I do not. I think that there's an overall problem in Washington with corruption and nepotism, right? I genuinely do believe that in these cases, I think the FBI and law enforcement probably looks at these situations and they're very hesitant to prosecute because it's going to be a shit show for everyone involved. So I think everyone involved generally gets like the light burden of justice here. something I believe, but I don't think it's right versus left. I think it's powerful versus non-powerful.
And
That's
Rob,
absolutely
if
true.
you'll- Yeah, Rob, if you'll indulge me just for a second. This is the thing where I see so one of the things that y'all were kind of talking about during the debate was, oh, Trump appointed these judges, he appointed Barr, he appointed this person, so why didn't they side with Trump? And for me, I think DC, probably just like Hollywood and just like the Twitch and YouTube political space, it works off of name recognition. So if somebody was like, oh well, John Bolton, he worked for XYZ, administration, he's a little bit hawkish, people think he's a little bit too strong, and then Trump, because he's Trump, he's just like, I like strong people, get him on the team. And that's probably like the total amount of thought that went into like some of his appointees. And then what you really have is a battle between institutionalists, people who have already been a part of the system for a really long time, versus people who are trying to, I would say Donald Trump is maybe alone in this, from like his electoral standpoint, trying to break the system or shake it up. And so when I see the FBI not investigating aggressively Hillary Clinton, the Biden family, et cetera, and I do see them aggressively investigating Trump, I say it's because he's relatively an outsider.
Right, and then, like, if I can real quick, just to piggyback off that, I agree with you. It's not just right-left, as Connor said. It's more establishment versus people that are seen as a threat or an outsider to that establishment, regardless if they really are or not. And the problem is, like, you gave the game away. You said, yeah, there's nepotism, and that's true. Mitch McConnell doesn't want Hunter Biden prosecuted because then maybe someone in his family gets prosecuted. They don't want Nancy Pelosi to go down for insider trading because then maybe Lindsey Graham goes down for insider trading. But Trump is seen as outside that. He's seen as a bull in a china shop, and they don't like that. He threatens the establishment order. So that's why you saw prominent Republicans like Jeff Flake, John McCain. They were public with it, and many Republicans like Mitch McConnell and others privately didn't want Donald Trump. And the problem is, you're right, they're very light-handed when it comes to many of these violations. For example, FARA violations. You said you work with the FBI. One of the worst kept secrets in this country is that foreign lobbying occurs all the time. And it's very rarely registered properly. You could probably get thousands of lawyers in this country under the FARA Act if you wanted. They chose to go after Donald Trump's campaign manager for FARA. So they're saying, okay, now we're taking it serious. I'm okay with that. Just like I'm okay with Trump going to jail for mishandling classified information. I just want equal standards. And so when you see that Mueller sent Manafort to jail in part for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist, and the indictment literally says he worked with the Podesta Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, and they allow them to do what they always do. Just pay a small fine or retroactively file paperwork. So when you say that they're lighting this, that's exactly the point. That they're only heavy-handed when it comes to people connected to outsiders like Donald Trump. Can you explain to me one time in history of the United States that we've used the FISA application to spy on a president of the United States?
Well, just to set the tone, we're having a conversation, not a debate.
Yes. I feel respectful. I feel like we spent 2 hours going through the Republican conspiracy stuff, or your, let me put that more neutrally, your objections to the way Hillary Clinton was treated. I feel talked out of that. If you have a separate conversation sometime, I might be up for that. I think, in my view, what has happened with Trump is, I think in your heart of hearts, you know he's a crook. You know he is uniquely reckless and stupid in the way that he goes about things. And I think he has committed these crimes in such a way that the FBI is really forced, or the Department of Justice to be more specific, they're really forced to deal with it. If you read this, you're gonna see he had every single opportunity to step back from the brink, just turn over what they're asking for, and we would not be in this situation here. So I think you're dealing with someone who feels like he's unlimited. I know it's not a satisfactory answer, but it's the simplest one, and I think it's true.
The funniest thing is, just on that last thing, the funniest thing is that if after a fucking year of requests, if Trump would have turned in those, not a single one of the Trump fans would be saying like, wow, what an example of blatant partisanship. If I worked for the CIA and I took a document home, I wouldn't get a whole year and multiple requests from the archive department and from the FBI to turn it in. But like, of course, they don't even think that for a second.
Well, hold on. I want to defend some of the vet bros. Because basically, this was my talking point when it came to the Clinton server. Like, I was like, if I set up a private server and was having private communications using a Gmail account about top secret shit or secret shit, I would get curb stomped into the ground.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
as
at the
a
worst,
DoD
you would get
employee.
fired from your job. That's what would happen.
Well, when you're a military person and you get an other than honorable or a dishonorable, conduct discharge, and then you have your top secret clearance revoked or your secret clearance revoked, that is a big deal.
I'm not saying it's
US
not a big
code-
deal. I'm not saying it's not a big deal.
Counter and I were talking to Falinor last night, who's
79,
actually worked
798.
in intelligence, has actually worked at classified material, and if you even take a flash drive with a README file out into your car, you can go to jail.
No, you
That's
can't.
How
That's
tight
not
they are
true.
with that.
That is not
well,
true.
No, that's just
US
according to
code
people who work in
18,
that
I'm
area.
going according to the U.S. criminal code. I don't know which friends you've talked to or what political affiliations
No,
they have.
actually, me and Connor actually talked to him last night. His name's Falinor.
That's
And he
great
said
for
it
him.
live on air.
Good for him.
Whoever
Hold on,
knowingly
wait,
and
are you
willfully
saying you
communicates,
can't-
furnishes, transmits, or otherwise makes available to unauthorized persons or publishes or in any manner, blah, 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 blah. U.S. Code 18,
Yes,
798.
the knowingly
If you
part
set up
there,
a
the
server
knowingly
and you
part.
knowingly have that information there,
Yep.
you will be you can be prosecuted under federal law.
Correct. The important part there is knowingly, and that's what was never proved during any of the investigations into Hillary Clinton, and that's why she wasn't charged.
And it goes into what Rob was trying. You and Rob kept going back and forth on it. It's like, yes, she had the documents on there. Well, we're not going to keep going for it because they're not there anymore. It's like, all right, well, you had them there though, right? Yeah, well, they're not there anymore. It's like, okay, chicken and the egg. At what point did Hillary Clinton violate that code, and why are we not prosecuting it?
The
Well,
violation
probably 'cause
would have
there's
been
no
heard.
evidence that it's still there.
No, it has
You
nothing
would
to
have
do with
to
it.
find the evidence that it was there. And
No, it doesn't even matter if it was there. We know it was there. We know she had documents on that server that she wasn't supposed to. But the point is proving that she knew about it. That's what makes it a criminal
They
matter.
chose, right, and the point is,
Sorry, Rob, go ahead, but I want to make
I'll be quick. The point is, instead of using the tools to find out what
We've already done these talking points. I'm not even going to respond. But
Yeah,
you can make your thing about, like, why didn't they
understand
subpoena?
that, because
Oh,
you can't
come
deal.
on.
You
Just-
can't deal
just
with
please
it.
No,
let
I've
me
already
finish
dealt with it. I
this
already
sentence.
told you. She cooperated with the investigation. They turned over everything they needed to. There were no other
She did
tools they
not.
needed to do.
She
There
did
was
not
nothing else they could have
cooperate.
done. What could they have done otherwise?
They could have
Not
issued some of the
I
devices.
would
like
They
to-
could have
They already
raided
got
her
the
home.
devices. They got all the devices they
Hold on.
wanted.
Guys,
Connor, can I
don't-
respond to this in 20 seconds?
Sure, go ahead, have 20 seconds. But I do think Brianna addressed this like an hour ago.
Okay, I read from the report that FBI agents literally wanted to issue subpoenas and to get devices, and they were frustrated because the FBI leadership just took her word. They were smashed, and they said we find that to be ridiculous. That's what the IG report said.
Why didn't the
So-
GOP subpoena them at the time? If they didn't they control all of Congress at that point? Rob, the devices. You think there's? Sorry, I don't want to loop on Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
Because the Trump administration was actually good and forward-thinking and wasn't going to look back.
All right, Phil. Let's
Not
just
forward-thinking enough to
everybody
not
chill.
strengthen
We're getting
the
back into the
law.
panel. I don't want to get into the panel. I want to say
Temperature's going up, Rob.
Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful phrase, folks.
it is. It is. Okay. And I have not taken marijuana. I'm just hanging out with the baby, and I'm trying to have positive communication.
Posy vibes.
We gave. I got jokes. We gave the people their blood. Okay, we did that. We did that for the last 2 hours. They love the blood. They love people screaming at each other, calling each other stupid, calling each other names, all that kind of stuff. Right now, we're trying to have like the serious adult conversation that Brianna was looking for. Okay, so what I think Brianna said that is plausible, and I wanted blood 5 years ago, was that State Department folks wanted the ability to do email communications on the move. The truth is that like having completely and totally secure communications within like an NMCI internet thing wasn't always the available way to do it. So realistically, they should have gone like with like BlackBerry or some shit with like some like 80-bit encryption thing at least. But then instead they went with Gmail, which I think has more leaks in it than the Iraqi fucking Navy.
What?
And
Has
they-
Gmail ever been compromised ever? I'm sorry, were there ever like 0-day exploits to hack email inbox or whatever?
No, but there's never been zero click, but I'm pretty sure, I'm talking about like phishing, man, like blast.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can phish an 80-bit encryption, whatever. If somebody gives you the fucking password, unless you're using like two-factor, that doesn't matter either. But sorry.
Okay, so
Unless you're like Linus Tech Tips and you get the cookie exploit where the person has the cookie information from the PDF you downloaded and clicked. Doesn't matter if you have two-factor authentication on there, you can still get into the
True, but it
Destiny, we could talk about this tech kind of stuff anytime you want.
Sure, that's true. That's true. Hold on, real quick. That's true, but like my contention. I mean, like if you're gonna download and run an executable, then that exploit was just in a PDF. No, I don't believe
Yeah,
so.
it was.
The Linus Tech Tips
Go
thing.
watch the Linus Tech
I
Tips
watched the
video.
entire video. My understanding was it was a file that looked like a PDF, but it was actually an executable that was ran on the system. But it was using an old. Yeah, it looked like. That means it wasn't. If it looks like one, then it's not one. It was a PDF.scr file, and the SCR files just have an executable that can be run on a computer. And if you can run an executable on somebody's computer, you can basically do whatever the fuck you want. Two-factor, whatever, is not going to help you.
Okay,
I thought if it looked like a duck and quacked like a duck, it was a duck.
Hold on, you fucking autists. Jesus Christ, this isn't even the fucking point. The point is that the Department of State wanted more flexibility, and they thought it would be better to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. I think at that time, that was probably something that I would have, you know, morally indicted her for, because if a Lance Corporal did that shit, he would have been fucking fired.
Hold on, Connor, can you understand this one thing, that as long as there was no classified information on the server, there was no problem doing what she did. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that. Let me articulate why, though. The reason why I disagree with that is because if I had TS clearance or whatever. If I'm talking about TS shit, it doesn't matter whether or not I actually have like a TS file linked in my fucking email.
Hold on, you just
changed
what we're saying. If they're not talking about classified stuff, then there's nothing wrong with it.
Sure, I'm pretty sure the beef was that they were talking about classified stuff.
Yes, but to make it a criminal matter, they had to know that classified stuff was being talked about. Of the tens of thousands, Rob, shut the fuck up before Bethesda comes up again. Of the tens of thousands of emails that were on that server, it was like 100 of them had vague, non-standard classified markings. Nobody knew. Well, the contention is, and no one's been proven otherwise, and it doesn't seem likely otherwise, nobody knew that they were actually talking about, or that classified material was being mishandled on that server. That's why there was no criminal matter there.
I would say that, again, it's asking for forgiveness instead of permission.
That's not what that means, but if you want to say that, that's fine. Asking for forgiveness and permission.
I think they probably knew that they were flirting with the line of what they were allowed to talk about in email, but they were like, hey, we got shit to do. We can't fucking wait.
But that betrays the FBI report where they said that when they were talking about matters that were classified, people usually used like coded language so that they weren't in violation of whatever was marked as TS or classified. That wasn't the case. If it was the case, then wouldn't they have had thousands of classified emails or tens of thousands of classified? Why was it like 100 out of like however many tens of thousands of emails? Sorry.
So do you think the standard should be you can talk about top secret shit as long as you use coded language and you're slightly vague about it?
Hold on. I'm talking about the law. Yes. If somebody says, like, let's say there's classified stuff going on tomorrow or whatever, and you're not allowed, and you ask somebody like, hey, the thing we're talking about tomorrow, I need to bring like preparation for that. If you're more discreet about that, or if you clarify, then that could be a violation. But if you're not, then if you're being vague, then no, it's not a violation of breaking the classifications. That's correct. That's how that works.
And that's why that kind of information needs to go towards investigations and potentially be litigated, and people need to actually go and argue their case, because like you said, it's intent, right, for knowing that they have the information. If you're knowingly using coded language and you're knowingly sending this information out on a unsecured medium, that needs to be.
I was about to say this excuse might work from like a legal, like getting prosecuted when you're a part of like Hillary Clinton's shop, but I'm pretty sure if I used this excuse as a DoD employee, my testicles would have been on a fucking grill.
I don't know why you guys keep saying that. No, that's not true.
It's not true that if I started a private email server, and then if I started communicating with people about top secret shit, but I used coded language about it, and they were also employees, they would not take, like, the government wouldn't take issue with that.
No, if you're not talking about anything that has a classification mark, and then you're fine. I'm not saying.
Okay, have you read the emails?
No, I'm reading the FBI summary of the emails and why they believe there was no violation. Hold on. Also, let me be clear with what I'm talking about. I don't know if you're engaging with what I'm saying in good faith.
The
when
FBI
I say
that we now know is biased against folks like Trump.
Yes, except for when there are investigations of the FBI about other people that are corrupt. I'm not saying that when I say coded language, I don't mean that they were saying like, hey, tomorrow, you know that General HY is going to be invading country XZ. I don't mean that kind of coded language. What I meant is that when people were talking about sensitive things, they were being vague enough that nothing sensitive was ever being transmitted. That was the determination by the FBI. It wasn't that they were using coded language to like purposely get around secret or top secret stuff. It's like my ex used to work for Lockheed Martin, and she would tell me, oh, I do things with satellites. That's coded language because she wasn't allowed specifically to say what she did for a job. But that's not she's not like revealing secrets there.
If I could jump in. Okay.
Well, I just don't want to keep looping on this one. I think if I could try to turn this to a more productive, like, point of view here, or a more productive question, what, to my right-wing friends out there, what would it take for you to, like, I think there's a sense that all of us have that the government, like, serves the rich and the powerful first. What would it take for you to, like, feel faith in the system again? Because what I see Biden doing, from my point of view, is I think he's been relatively hands-off with this Attorney General. I think the FBI is having conversations about how to do their work best in a highly charged, politicized environment, which is the entire impetus of that report y'all kept quoting. What would it take for you to, like, feel less paranoid about the institutions of this country? Because I think...
Please, give me just like 20 seconds here, Rob. I know you're sure. But like, when you're asking, how do we get faith again in what is ostensibly, and now thanks to the Durham report, we now know provably, objectively, measurably, a weaponized law enforcement where people, where people who run the FBI, even according to the Durham report, there's people who aren't even holding up to the FBI's own motto of fidelity. What's the point of me even trying to do anything? So if we have a weaponized law enforcement, how exactly do you, like, honestly, the thing that would have to happen is Hunter Biden and Joe Biden's joint checking account would have to be subpoenaed and made public. The Republican House would have to be given full investigation power without any, and none of that's gonna happen. None of that's gonna fucking happen. We all know that. And we can all even kind of chuckle like, yeah, wouldn't that be the day that Biden's actually brought to some sort of transparency, even 1/4 of the level of Donald Trump, who, as we've now seen over the last 7 years, one of the most investigated human beings in God's creation. And all they can come up with is things that you have to invent second and third causes where, well, you see, if he's got this and then he does the thing, it might lead to a, and so that's as much as they could do out of everything from the IRS to the FBI to 2 investigations, 2 impeachments. That's as close as you could get. So to be frank, when you're asking what's it gonna take to come back from that, like, how do you come back from a relationship when your significant other has cheated on you?
I don't think that report says what you were contending that it does.
Well,
I think
it's the same question.
Hold on. I politely listened to you. So I don't share that appraisal of that. If you're telling me your conclusion is I am so wronged, I get to burn the whole country down, that just doesn't sound very productive to me.
Not what I said.
We've got to find.
That sounds like the Democrat.
I keep looking at the right wing, and I grew up in an extremely right-wing family. My father was a military officer, and we talked a lot about service to the country. Like, I just don't know, like, what the point is when y'all start going, like, how do we build this country together? How do we, like, find ways to fix these institutions both of us agree are flawed? Like, I think we need to be investing in, like, the professionalism of the FBI and investing in the professionalism of the Justice Department. I think those are steps that make sense. Tapping into, like, this resentment, like, tsunami, it doesn't seem like a way for our country to go anymore.
So
it's
from the
FBI's... It's funny to me because I've watched for 4 years Democrats scream at this guy and want any sort of investigation, impeachment, spying on the president, going after anyone remotely connected to him, right? We watched that. They were willing to destroy this country because Orange Man bad. They were absolutely willing to do it. And now they're so magnanimous. Just like, by the way, this is very similar to COVID, right? Where it's, we need a COVID amnesty now. Sorry we said that all of you should lose your jobs and shouldn't be allowed to go to work and had to be locked up.
Yeah.
Now it's an amnesty. Now
we're hold on, we're trying, okay, so I want to take the temperature back down because we're heating back up. That's
just what Podesta said, by the way.
Nice. I answered the question, okay. I answered the question, which was basically, I would like to see a major political figure, preferably from both parties, prosecuted for some level of corruption, and then I would have faith that the system wasn't just straight up covering for this class of people. And that's the thing is like I think that the Durham report, say what you want to say about it, that Durham guy could be biased, but I think that the most aggressive thing about the Durham report is the fact that, who was it? It was like Brennan or whatever, like the CIA director. He briefs Obama and Biden on the fact that like Hillary Clinton is going to do opposition research trying to tie Donald Trump to Russia and Putin. They know this. They don't brief. I think the FBI head was in the room, but they don't brief the FBI agents. They use the Steele dossier, which was paid for by Fusion GPS, which was somebody hired by the Clinton campaign, in order to start the Trump campaign or the Trump investigation. Then, what's alleged in the Durham report, of course, like I'm not FBI, I don't know their exact investigative and reporting procedures, but what's alleged in the Durham report is that they received exculpatory evidence in one of their like recordings of one of the people that they were targeting, and it's typical procedure that if they receive exculpatory evidence during their investigations, they would report it to their chain of command as a part of like the ongoing warrant applications process. They omitted the exculpatory evidence in order to continue the investigation. Then, a lawyer for the Clinton campaign, who did not disclose that they were a lawyer for the Clinton campaign, went to the FBI with allegedly inappropriate financial transactions between Trump and Russian people. The FBI said, hey, this isn't showing what you say it's showing, so therefore we're not going to look into it further. And then that same lawyer called the press, leaked to the press that Russia was, or like the FBI was doing investigations of Russia and Trump, and then called the FBI back and said, hey, the press is about to leak this, you should probably go talk to them. And then the FBI went and talked to the press, de facto confirming that they were conducting the investigation. So for me, that might not be enough. I'm actually sad that Destiny's not here. That might not be illegal. Like, it might not be illegal to be a lawyer and not disclose your ties to a political campaign in order to manipulate them to give a rival political campaign bad press. But it is, at minimum, immoral. And one of the things about and I'm sure this kind of shit happens at DC all the time, by the way. And then the other thing about the Durham report is they said that one of the agents that they had conducting the Trump investigation, when they shared that the Steele dossier was paid for by Fusion GPS, and when they shared that they had basically been played by Clinton for this part of the investigation, they basically came back in 2 hours later from their interview, and they said, listen, I had no fucking idea, and I'm actually kind of pissed that I wasn't briefed that I was receiving biased information during the conduct of this investigation. Sure. So I'm not saying it's illegal, but I am saying it's actually pretty fucked up and unethical.
It is illegal.
So let's see if I can have just a couple of seconds to respond to that, because this is excellent. This is the conversation we should have had tonight. So for your first point that we need to see more prosecutions of figures across the board, we have a new governor here in Massachusetts, Maura Healey. One of the ways she made her name was going after corruption here in Massachusetts. She, her office prosecuted people on the right and the left. She went after a lot of white-collar crime. She is amazingly popular here in Commonwealth because of that. So I agree with you. Like, focusing, like, as the Department of Justice on those kinds of cases, I want to see more corruption cases brought across the board. I think that's really important to restore public faith. I think where we would probably, how can I say this? Where I think you're not giving the FBI credit with the report is they came to the same conclusions that you have, that they needed to return to their older principles. They needed to double down on impartiality. They needed to be very, very skeptical about the way that they handled these things, and they needed to depoliticize the process and really make sure they got it right.
No, they didn't. They did. That's the opposite.
Well, Rob, if I could address this, I am skeptical. So that this is something that happened with the Twitter files, because I came in a little hot into Destiny's community. Was when I look back, when I look at the CIA doing big pigs, or the FBI investigating Martin Luther King Jr. and did they investigate JFK? I know for a fact they tried to blackmail Martin Luther King Jr. into committing suicide. You know, COINTEL, like domestic intelligence operations, like all this kind of stuff. When I see these things, I'm presuming, because these things all have some level of like moral justification. Martin Luther King he did social, you know, we kind of valorized him, but he was sympathetic to socialism, and this was during the time, like immediately after the Red Scare. When we're talking about the Bay of Pigs, you know, the nuclear threat that Cuba posed if Russia sent, you know, nuclear ICBMs to Cuba was a big deal. So if we had a Cuban or an American sympathetic Cuba, that would actually be a huge boon to us. And if we had militias do that at a very cheap cost, this is all justifiable. So for me, when I see the Durham report, what I see is institutionalists who prefer other institutionalists against outside people. And so while there might not be anything specifically illegal, I can understand the rage of people who believe that they're in like a representative democracy where what's effectively being like happening is people, like, you know, people come out, they say their speech, I'm gonna give you, you know, naps during nap time. We're gonna get extra nap time. I'm gonna give you pizza on Fridays and ice cream every lunch. And then we just all vote, longer recess. We all vote for the school body president. But when they find out that institutions are putting their thumbs on the scale, they get fucking, I think, justifiably pissed. Now, the point, just to wrap this up, I do think it's been this way forever. I just think that social media and news has exposed it.
It's certainly, I agree that it's been like, it's a big club, right? And it certainly used that.
You're not in it.
Yeah, right. And they've used that to keep people that were potential outsiders. By the way, they did the same thing. They accused Jill Stein of being a Russian. There were claims of Bernie Sanders possibly having connections to Russia. So this is a playbook that they'll go to people on the right or the left that they think are somehow outside the establishment club of, you know, the corporatist Democrats, the corporatist Republicans, right? I disagree with Connor, though, that it would be enough to like arrest Hunter Biden. I think that there needs to be transparency. Anyone who's remotely at the top of the FBI needs to be disbanded. The entire FBI should be disbanded, but at the bare minimum, the leadership of the FBI needs to be taken out, never be allowed to have a job again, and needs to be under criminal investigation immediately.
But
you know what? Wait. Let me give some compassion. I agree. I think Joe Biden should do a complete rework of the FBI. I think he'll do a great job of redesigning it.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
So, okay, hold on. So
still wouldn't be any worse off than we are now.
No, so I don't think that chopping heads off at the top is going to do anything, because it basically, like, this is actually one of my frustrations with Dylan, Brianna, and Destiny, or liberals and progressives.
Yeah.
You know, when they're like,
Libcucks.
oh, you appointed the head of the institution. Why didn't the institution do exactly what you wanted them to do? Like, snap to, like, fucking robots in order to do it. And you have to understand, like, these places have institutional momentum. People who
but you
are,
guys
like,
make the same accusation of Biden. You say Biden, like, how many of you guys believe that Biden controls the entire DOJ?
No one.
Wait, then what are all these? So is
handlers?
I think Biden has dementia and doesn't know where he's at.
Wait. So then you think all of these people are acting in a coordinated manner to attack Trump because he's just an outsider?
Yeah.
Okay, then why do any of these special counsel investigations, or why do any of these like House committee things get power to investigate any of this? Why don't they all just get blackballed, or why don't they all just get stonewalled?
Because there's
they're held
enough
by
populist
Congress,
momentum
and
that
that's
can
not got
see.
their thumb by the president.
Okay, so so I'm familiar with these arguments before, and then Rob, you can do your whole spiel because I know you're about to podesta everybody here again. Okay, this is the frustration I have when I argue with my. Yeah, this is the argument I have when I talk with my mom all the time.
Like,
It's so frustrating.
Folks on the left have been like insulting and trying to label people's arguments, but haven't really been addressing the arguments.
True.
Like, it's trying to get Bethesda, this conspiracy theory, but not a lot of addressing of arguments. Maybe just address the arguments without the insults. We had better arguments. Maybe you wouldn't need the insults.
Yep. So the frustrating part is that you are concocting an all-powerful conspiracy where all of these organizations can work in the background to systematically disenfranchise and be unfair towards certain people, except when they're not. But then when they're not, it's because there's so much populist momentum that they just couldn't stop them that one time. This is like when I asked my mom about like elections, and she's like, "All the elections are rigged, and the government and the Democrats are able to rig it." And well, then how did Trump win? Well, because that time enough good people showed up to stop them. And it's like, if that's what you want to go by, I mean, like you can have that argument, but like you have to understand, you literally are unfalsifiable. Nobody can ever do anything to argue against you because so nobody can ever argue against any of the points that you bring up because you are completely and totally like unassailable. And that's the frustrating thing.
It's just a nice way of saying I'm right. You can't disprove my arguments. I'm sorry.
If I may, first, Destiny, your mom sounds based. I'd love to talk to her. Secondly, right, like there's a simple way. Each individual example I give of a two-tiered system, you could argue how that's not the case. You're incapable of doing it. Instead, you meme your way through. For example, you keep talking about Podesta. Okay, can you explain that situation? Why the double standard there?
I don't know. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of every single. If you want to talk about, like, for instance, like Hillary Clinton versus Biden, we can do that. But I think you're just wrong there. But obviously we disagree because you're claiming that, like, well, the reason why they didn't use subpoenas there was because of some corruption. Whereas I would say, like, oh, well, they probably just cooperated and they gave the device that they had, and then whatever they did it. But you're gonna say there's like some deeper, like, fucking thing there.
Rob, I have an example from tonight I want to use. So, and I think this would apply to the Twitter files as well, by the way. So I think that whoever was it, Brennan, who was the FBI director at the time? Comey? Was it Comey? Yeah, Comey.
Brennan was CIA.
Brennan was CIA, right? Okay, so with Comey, I think that a healthy chunk of the population and the pundit class and the news media class was predicting a Hillary Clinton win, and at that time, and so he was worried. By the way, this is my frustration with the Hunter Biden story as well. He was worried that he never disclosed that they were reopening the server thing because they felt compelled because somebody came back with like additional information, that it would haunt Hillary Clinton's presidency. So they announced
wait, I understand.
Hold on, I'm almost done.
Okay.
10 days before the election. No, thank you. You're an intelligent fella. I'm a relatively intelligent fella. You know.
Sure. Can you just, as you're explaining this, can you just explain this one thing? I can understand everything you're saying about reopening the investigation. Why did they have to announce it? That's the damaging part. Yeah, go for it. Okay,
yeah,
go
I was literally just getting there. Because at that time, it was probably a cost-benefit risk calculus where he thought that she was going to win anyways.
Yep.
It was too late. Most people had already made their fucking minds up. He didn't think that it was going to cost her the election. He just thought it was going to be a factor. So in order to say, we were actually fair and impartial, I'm actually going to announce this.
Why? No, why does he have to announce it, though? Nothing you just said made any sense. The FBI doesn't normally announce investigations. They don't do that. They don't comment on ongoing investigations.
If I may, Connor, I'll answer.
No, wait, I want Connor to answer it. I don't want to hear about it a second. I'm curious what Connor thinks. Because
you don't want to hear from me because you know what happens when you...
No, because I know that Burisma was probably the reason why. Sorry, go ahead.
What I think is that if somebody came out after the fact, and this almost happened with Hunter Biden as well, if somebody came out after the fact and said, hey, they sat on a story that could have been damaging to Clinton's campaign and they didn't do anything with it, so the FBI is biased towards Clinton, then that would have carried a lot more weight if there was an unannounced reopened investigation.
The FBI doesn't announce their investigation. I just don't understand why. Like, everything that you're saying I could buy, and actually even sounds true in terms of them doing the investigation and wanting to make sure everything is proper and wanting to make blah, blah, blah. But them announcing it, that's so unprecedented. And the idea that they would announce it so that people would believe it, like, people, if you really think the investigation was a sham, like, would you really think announcing it is going to be the difference between whether or not people believe it actually happened or not? Like, Rob doesn't believe that investigation was legitimate, so it seems like that's...
I want to deal with one question, or sorry, Rob, I'll let you go. But I want to deal with one statement, which you are saying that the FBI does not announce investigations of public interest. I have no idea whether or not that's true. So I'm just going to Google that while other people talk.
I was about to say, just give me 5 seconds.
If I can get a second here, I'll defend some of what Destiny's saying here. It was very unusual. Forget about the 10 days before, but when Comey came out and said, we're not charging her, but here's all the facts, that actually was very unusual. Because most of the time, if the FBI decides not to charge someone, they don't announce, well, here's all the shady shit they did, but we're not charging them. So Destiny has a point there, but he's talking specifically about the reopening of the investigation and why they announced it. And the problem is, what you're saying, Destiny, is counterfactual to the FBI's rationale to the IG as to why there were so many ham-fisted things that occurred in the investigation into Trump and into Hillary before the election. The reason they gave immunity, the reason that they didn't pressure to get all these devices and stuff, they kept saying, because we had to finish the investigation before the election, because the American people deserve to know whether or not these crimes were committed before the election. And so, if that was the rationale that they gave, and we gave people immunity because we were on a time scale, and then it turned out afterwards, they never reopened the investigation, and this whistleblower comes forward after the election and Hillary wins, and says, listen, they kept saying they had to give immunity because they were on a time crunch, but they intentionally waited over a month until the election was over to look at this evidence that was classified evidence, and the worry, and James Comey admits this in his book, he thought that would impugn the FBI and impugn Hillary Clinton. And so the reason, the announcing part of it was the crucial part, because he thought Hillary's got this wrapped up. So he needed to let the American people know, look, there's this thing out there, trust us, there was nothing there, we closed it, we're good. That was the important part of the announcing of it. If he didn't announce it, then it wouldn't have had that effect, because people would have said, you intentionally hid that evidence until after the election.
Yeah, so looking up the information that, I said I needed to look up or whatever. So they basically said the FBI, generally speaking, does not announce investigations into anybody unless there's a public interest. And so that would be my answer, is that this is an issue of public interest, because people already knew about the investigation. The investigation was already ongoing. They closed it. They said it wasn't, ongoing. Then there was, let's just say, some, I think, healthy doubts about the quality of the investigation, considering you have people basically smashing stuff, and Hillary Clinton saying that, bleaching a server is just when you clean it, right? Dude, I've gotten my hand caught in the fucking cookie jar. That sounds like somebody who got their hand caught in the fucking cookie jar. I don't know how that's disputable.
But here's the thing, if I could be quite honest, I actually don't think Hillary Clinton should have been charged with a crime for the server. I don't. I think that an investigation was probably warranted, and she should have had a finger wagged. But the only problem I have was the actual destroying of subpoenaed evidence. To me, that was the bigger deal. And maybe Hillary had nothing to do with it. That could be true. But someone should have been charged with that federal crime, particularly when we see how much of a big deal anyone connected to Trump with obstruction of justice is. So if we're going to take that crime seriously, that's clear cut. Right? And we could have found out, if they would have pressured instead of giving immunity, we could have found out, well, did Cheryl Mills, because remember, here's part of the story too. Paul Combetta claims he had this oh shit moment, knew that there was a subpoena, but remembered 6 months ago he was supposed to delete this stuff. But 2 days before the deletion, he met in private with Cheryl Mills. When the FBI asked...
Can I interrupt and offer you some some rhetorical feedback from my perspective? It's what happens when you walk through a story that even ones that I'm familiar with, I track you on the people and the places and what they're doing and why it's wrong and all that kind of stuff. But oftentimes that's because I've read it before, and what's really going on is the minutia, right? Or excuse me, you're getting into the minutia of who did what wrong, when, where, why, which I think is that's worthwhile information of public interest and all that kind of stuff. But oftentimes what we're talking about, or at least what I'm talking about, is broad strokes. What did these people do that was fucked up, and what is the standard that we're comparing it to? And so if I was to summarize the same story that you were kind of getting into, it would be a bunch of people from the Clinton campaign did stuff they knew they weren't supposed to do. The FBI caught them doing stuff they knew they weren't supposed to do. And then the FBI, instead of being aggressive, played footsie with the Clinton campaign, whereas they were playing fucking hardball with the Trump campaign since day one. And then if somebody was like, hey, well, what's your evidence for that? Then I would kind of launch into details. That's just me to you.
The problem is, and I'll be real quick.
This will take 10 seconds, I promise. I really agree with that, Connor. I've listened to 3 hours of this. I'm maxed out. I'm heading to bed, y'all. So, thank you very much for having me.
Good night.
We'd love to do this again. I really appreciate this version of the conversation. The temperature was a lot lower. I think this was more productive. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Have a great night.
Child, if you're open and you want to work with the conversation, Jesus. Connor, the pushback I would have against that is that would be fine if that's the way the conversation was going. It's not, because Destiny's argument has continually
Why is there
been,
no?
was there any
why is there no
evidence that
dungeon
Hillary
here?
ordered? Was there any evidence? And that's always going to be. We're talking about the FBI.
My blade dancer
we're
shut.
claiming or that it's corrupt or that there's a double standard, however far you want to go with that. And we're saying because of that, they intentionally
You need to advance
didn't
main
look,
quest.
right? They were like, well, we'll let you cooperate. But with the other side, they're like, no, we're looking at everything. We're going to charge low-level people with crimes. And so when we're talking specifically, what the reason
Oh,
I bring
if
up
I've already
Cabana, I just
unlocked
wanted to
this
bring
on
up this
another
one.
hardcore character,
Cabana
do I have
personally
access to it?
talked to Hillary's lawyer 2 days before these deletions. And the FBI, who at that point said, we think Cabana's lying,
Oh,
after
sick.
they gave him immunity, they said, what did you talk to her about? He said, I don't remember. Now,
Right.
that's why I bring that story up, because Destiny's like, but there's no proof. Of course, if that happened, Nada, by the way, part of what he's being indicted for is saying, I don't know where those boxes were. I don't know. Right? And so we see, and this is what I'm so frustrated about. Like, anyone with a remote application of the law understands this point. If you want the big dog, you find a little person in their group, find a crime that you could prove, and then get them to flip. But they did the exact opposite, and it's frustrating to me then to hear Destiny or Brianna or Dylan say, but there's no proof, there's no evidence. Right, I'm not talking about taking down Hillary Clinton. I'm talking about why did the FBI not look? That's
well,
the
okay, yeah. And so here's you know, Destiny brought up my previous like law enforcement experience. Here's the thing. Sometimes as a cop, you don't want to fucking know what's actually going on. You don't want the bigger details, because if you find out the bigger details, you're gonna have to start yanking on some threads. There were couples who were fighting, you know, and basically it's mandated by law in the state of Florida that if you have evidence of domestic violence where somebody puts hands on somebody else, it's fucking over. One of y'all is going to jail for the night. Which like, so basically, like, I would, if couples seemed like they were pissed off at each other, but it was just a fight, I would ask them the questions like, you know, hey, what's going on tonight? Are you guys okay? Is anybody hurt? You know, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And if they kind of gave me like a low temperature answer where they're like, yeah, we're sorry, you know, we didn't want to call you, but we just got really pissed off. We smashed some stuff around the house, etc., etc. I wouldn't necessarily be like, did he hit you? 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 You know, that kind of thing, where you're trying to dig for the crime in order to fuck people over. That's typically what you do when you're trying to investigate somebody aggressively. Whereas, if I did have somebody where there's physical evidence of like hitting, there's bruise marks or lacerations or cuts or anything like that, yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit more aggressive with my questioning. So pretending that like law enforcement officers don't make moral judgments about the people that they're investigating and then tempo their investigations based off of the desired outcome, it's just like, it's not in touch with what people actually do.
But if you knew that couple,
Dylan, you don't have to raise your hand. You could fucking.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to check out. That's all. I wanted to head out. It's like I've been here for 3 hours.
It's midnight. It's we got places to go, things to do.
Yeah, it's 7 a.m. for me actually.
Yeah,
for real. Be
Well,
safe, man.
Well, I want to
it.
say I'm probably going to wrap up as well. So I wanted to say, you know, this is Counterpoints. This is Heated Hippie. We're trying to be the spiritual successor to the great Dylan Burns. Unfortunately, he has large shoes to fill. It's hard to do, but we do our best. And then Dylan, thank you for, you know, what you're doing. I know not everybody supports you supporting Ukraine or whatever, but I do think it takes serious cojones to believe in something and risk your ass. For something that you believe in and are passionate about. So, you know, 07s in chat to Dylan Burns.
Thank you for the lovely comments. Let me just burn any positive implication of me in your audience's mind very quickly. Hunter Biden should be awarded the Presidential Medal of Honor for bravely fighting his addiction and his amazing business sense, making tons of money at gas companies he didn't even have the experience for. That shows that he can grind. Not to mention his stunning contributions to the art world and generous financial contributions to downtrodden sex workers. Hero is spelled Hunter, and Republicans and these corrupt, evil prosecutors and investigators are digging into this brave patriot for just practicing his Second Amendment rights. Okay, that's it. Anyway, I love you guys. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. Dylan Burns live.
Form.
What's really lying? Okay, he was honest with God, and that's all that really matters.
Dude, there's no God in the
Background,
the
Dylan, I
federal
think I saw
background.
shit.
There's no God. There's this anti-Christian agenda from the right once again. Anyway, you can find Dylan Burns live on YouTube.
Wait, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What did he lie that from about?
About how much he gave to charity, of course. He gave $2 billion instead of the $1 billion.
No, on the 4473.
Yes. What do you lie about?
He was not using drugs at that time.
Wait, that's seriously what we're going by on the he should be prosecuted for it?
That's lying on a federal form, man.
Well, he also disposed.
Hold on, you know that 4473 asks if you've like smoked marijuana too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're under the influence and if you're using drugs.
I'm pretty
using crack.
I think it asks if you have used it. It doesn't matter if you're using marijuana or crack. I'm pretty sure marijuana
Sure
is a
does.
Schedule 1 drug in the United States.
We can debate it another
But
time.
your
Wait, it's not
argument is-
debating it. I literally just filled out
We'll
one of
see,
these
Dylan.
forms like 2 weeks ago. On a 4473, it asks you if you do illegal drugs. Marijuana is one of those illegal drugs. I think it even calls it out on the 4473. I'm just saying, he was saying like, you need to be prosecuted for that. Every single person that ever bought a firearm that smokes weed also needs to be prosecuted for it. What a silly.
If bodily autonomy applies to vaccines, it also applies to crack. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
But it didn't apply for drugs.
Nice.
Just
Thanks for
because
dropping
I actually-
that grenade in this discussion.
I think that the
God
gun-
bless.
We'll see.
All right. Does anybody have any save rounds before I myself dip out?
No, I was gonna answer Destiny, but if you want to leave or if we all want to leave, that's fine.
No, I'll listen to the response and maybe the
Yeah,
response to the response and then the response to the response to the response and then I'll probably leave.
I actually think the gun thing's not that important, right? I think that it shows the hypocrisy from the Biden administration that has this big war on guns, and we have to have laws about guns when they're basically
Hold
okay
on,
with
war
this
on
stuff.
guns. Isn't Trump the guy that passed anti-gun legislation?
And
No, so
many of
he
his supporters
pushed
hated it.
forward a federal rule from the ATF to ban bump stocks.
Yeah. So
and many of his supporters.
And that's
that
not
were
even a law.
vastly-
That's just a
He
rule
did
from
give
a
us 3
bureaucratic
Supreme Court
organization.
justices that saved the Second
Why is that
Amendment.
relevant,
so-
Destiny?
Well, I'm just saying
Why is
because,
that relevant?
because
Be
I'm
forgiven.
pretty sure that Trump stepping back on gun rights is one of the reasons why people in Georgia fucking hated him so much. It was one of the reasons why
I
they sent him.
agree, but the point is clearly the Biden administration and Democrats are talking about the severity of gun crimes and saying that we need additional laws. And one of the problems with additional laws is we don't enforce the laws on the books. So when people talk about the importance of gun laws and then their son is violating these gun laws, but to me that just shows hypocrisy. I'm more interested in the crimes that Hunter committed that his father's implicated in. So the the lobbying and thing. I don't give a shit that Hunter smoked crack. I don't care that he illegally bought hookers. I really don't give a shit. I don't. I care about what was he doing where he was getting all this money from our foreign adversaries, right? And then money was going all around the Biden family. And meanwhile, his father was issuing policies that were beneficial to some of the very corrupt areas, such as in Ukraine. That's the real problem. I don't give a shit about the gun thing.
The big man.
Guns are important, Rob.
All
I
right.
disagree.
Guns are based.
Parasocial love to you and yours. I look forward to yelling at each and every one of you on different occasions about different political subjects. I wish you all a beautiful night, and I'm looking forward to the next one. So have a good one, guys.
I love you guys. Peace out.
Peace out. KW Nation on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I think I skipped something. Shadow Imbuement, I had Shadow Imbuement. Oh no, I don't think I did. Word on Blair White. Oh, it was a pretty good talk. I think I thought it was gonna be streamed. She asked me if I wanted to chat. It was like very casual, and when people say shit like that, I generally assume that like, oh, we're just gonna like talk on stream. But she wanted to do like a little show, so it was off class, so or it was off stream. Is this okay? Here's a question. Okay, so I was kind of like half memeing when I said this before. Is the game easier when you're lower level? Because now that I'm kind of just like speed running the fucking campaign and shit, I feel like everything. I mean, I say speed running. It's fast going through. It feels like the bosses and everything are actually like just easier when you're lower leveled. The scaling seems a little bit fucked. Like, I kind of wonder if I think my guess is they've probably set minimum levels for some areas. Like, if I managed to be level 2, then everything would probably be weaker. Or, I'm sorry, everything would probably be stronger than me, but, RPG level scaling is one of the fucking horsecock bullshit ever. I mean, I probably agree, actually. I don't know why they would scale levels. Like, part of playing an RPG, as lame as it is, or some people might consider that, but part of playing an RPG is like, if there's a hard part and you can't do it, like you can grind a little bit to make the next part easier. So like the difficulty essentially scales with like, what do you as the player want to do? Like if you want to stop and grind, you know, for like an hour or two or a couple days before a really hard boss to level up or whatever, that's part of like the RPG experience essentially. But the idea of like making all the level stuff scale is a little bit lame. That is true, you don't want to be over-leveled. Well, it's not even over-leveled. I feel like if I were to, like, normally level, it feels very punishing in this game. Like, this, I think this is my 4th or 5th hardcore character now. But I feel like as I just go through faster and faster, like, I think the last time I was at this part in the main story, I think I was, like, level 34 or something. I'm, like, 17 now. I haven't stopped to, like, I'm not even leveling my fucking gear. I think I leveled my weapon twice, one time. I'm not putting an aspect on. I'm not putting gems in. I don't give a fuck. But everything is very, 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 very easy. So that just, it seems a little silly, I guess. But I guess as you get higher level, you've got like more opportunities and shit for gear. So maybe I guess they just expect you to be higher geared as you get higher level, but it just feels really dumb. Tier 1? Yeah, I changed it to Tier 1 because apparently there's no point in playing Tier 2 as well. Because you just... The extra experience you gain is even worth the extra time it takes to kill the monsters, apparently. No wonder it's easier? No, because even on my last playthrough, the mobs and the monsters were way easier when I went at them in lower level versus being higher level. But my guess is going to be the rationale is they expect you that if you're higher leveled, your gear is going to be substantially better, and there's like more aspects and shit that open up as well. You get more gear though too on WT2. I don't think so. I think on Tier 2, I don't think you get better gear. You just get like slightly better experience.
All right, and then Dylan, and then I will have one more rule I want to add before we get into it.
I think most of what, has already been said is basically my position by, all the lefty lip cuck people. I mean, CTV's argument is very convincing. But one thing I will add is that Trump doesn't really speak from a position of ignorance on the campaign trail. He constantly
this
minimize
streaming.
By half a second. By half a second.
No, and also, and I dragged them in too, so I technically could have dragged Dylan in first.
But Dylan's not streaming right now, I don't think.
Wow.
Who's not streaming?
Dylan, you're not, right?
I'm streaming on YouTube because I
on
can't stream on
YouTube.
Twitch.
Yes. Of it. 3 weeks.
Oh.
At about 3 weeks, if you're having trouble with them crying at night, I'd say like half to a quarter shot of whiskey. Just go down. You'll be out for 6 hours.
for
Easy.
Connor,
You'll be
right?
good. Okay.
That's a good
pussy.
idea. That's a really good idea.
That's pussy shit. We're already on morphine. What are you talking about?
Well met.
So,
King's honor.
all right. So, going back to the rules, strongly inspired by the hippy dippy. So no terms of service. Try to minimize the slurs. If someone is offended by like an insult or a slur, do try to back off because we are here to talk about the ideas, not necessarily who's the biggest piece of shit on the panel. Then no brigading or doxing. If you do take stuff outside of this panel where you attack somebody by basically trying to expose their personal identifiable information, then you're not going to be invited back. No interruptions during intros or outros. Depending on how this goes, we're going to have 1 to 2 minute intros from everybody. We will have 1 to 2 minute outros from everybody where they'll be able to shout out their channels. And then raise your hand.
Farewell.
We will have a list. We'll be doing the list system.
How are ya?
So, I'll write down your names if you feel like you can't get in, if people are, taking a majority of the conversation. Then 10, we have a rule
Great to
here
meet
that
you.
started from our first show. We have 10-minute sidebars. If we are talking about
Safe
something that has
travels.
nothing to do with the
Aye.
primary topic, we're out in La La Land, but
Watch
people
your
are
back.
engaged with it, we'll
What
let
can
you
I do
engage in the
for ya?
sidebar for 10 minutes, but then we're going to wrap it up and move it back to the topic. We want you guys to be able to explore whatever you want to explore, but we also want to make sure that we're giving people the content that they came for. I would say think of this as a mixed martial arts bout. You guys are contenders. You're going to touch gloves. You're going to fight, but respect your opponents, relatively speaking, and then end the fight, tap gloves, and let's call it a day. So, with all of that being said, we're going to get into intros. Again, we're talking about whether or not the Trump indictment is politically motivated, whether or not it's correct, whether or not there's a certain element of hypocrisy from Democrats not being charged, and then how this will affect the electoral outcomes. We'll save the electoral outcomes as the second part of the show. So, to kick us off, Miss Brianna Wu.
Thanks for having me here. I want to tell you, as someone whose job it is to work in politics, Trump's indictment is not good news for me. Just being completely straight with you, I would a billion times rather face Trump again in 2024, who is a losing machine for the Republican Party, than Ron DeSantis. This is a situation that is bad for our country, it's bad for democracy, but unfortunately Trump's wildly stupid actions have put us in a situation where we have to respond to this. I really hope my opponents today actually read this document, because you can just open any random page of it and get some crazy ass, wildly stupid, completely indefensible thing that Trump did. He put us in a situation where our Department of Justice had to act because he is so brazen. This is your chance, Republicans, to come back to reality and get with the winning team if you're serious about winning, or you can stay with this corrupt loser. This is your chance to just cast him aside, and you're not going to do that because you're children. And I really look forward to winning in 2024. Thank you.
Brutal. All right, CTV.
It's obviously politically motivated. The problem is that they don't understand people, and all they're really doing by, trying to drag Trump through an indictment is make sure that he's doing exactly what he did before, which is have media coverage. Hell, I got called out from left field for an invitation here to talk about Trump tonight, and I hadn't even bothered really keeping up with politics in the last, 9 months. Obviously this is working, right? So Where do we go from here? Well, we watch it all unfold, because it really is just politically motivated.
Have to make it. Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Brianna on this one. That indictment is a pretty tough read. Ordinarily, I can kind of understand how you can spin some things, you can twist some things, but basically the only possible defense you could ever have as a Republican at this point in time is that the DOJ, the investigatory bodies, are literally just making up everything in the indictment and nothing is true, and they fabricated everything and there are no recordings and no testimony or whatever. But I mean, assuming even like a fourth of this document is true, it is like the most textbook embarrassing thing of like, hey guys, this is secret. I'm not president. I wish I would have declassified this. Come take a look. I know you don't have it's like every single element you would ever need to prove like intent of showing classified material to parties in a way that you're not supposed to, and an intent to hoard, the issues he gave to his attorneys. It's just like the worst combination of things ever. I am very excited tonight to see how Rob Noor will contort himself in order to try to defend these actions. And I'm very curious tonight if we're going to spend more time talking about Donald Trump in this indictment, or somehow trying to equalize this with Hillary Clinton's email server.
Based. So, and by based, I mean let's throw mud at Democrats. So, speaking of Rob Noor, I'm gonna ask Rob Noor to speak as well, and then I kind of have a question for the panel in general if you want to do a show of hands. If the Turk is a little bit more tepid, I don't know his perspective, and it seems like we have a strong, like, 3 versus 2, because CTV is kind of coming in a little bit, you know, relaxed, and Turk might not be willing to bite down on every bullet. Would you mind if I brought in a more pro-Trump ringer? That way we could have some aggressive engagement, and it's not, you know, a 4v2 or 4v1 on Rob.
I think you would need 100 pro-Trump people to spin this in the correct way. So yeah, bring in whoever you want. Yeah.
Well, that was clearly an overinflation of Destiny's ego, right? Thinking there needed to be more than one that could take him down, because here it's already happened.
Okay, well,
got you there.
Listen, if you know, we'll get everybody's hot takes first, and then I'll see if we need somebody to balance out perspectives and maybe the temperature of the room. But Rob, please walk us through your perspective.
Well, shit. That changes my strategy here, because I was going to be a total Trump bastard here, but then that would give you more incentive to maybe change your mind. So, yeah, it's clearly politically motivated, right? Here's been the game the whole time. Notice that they're ignoring the Durham report. Notice, you know, he brought me up in his opening, Destiny, when he's approaching the crimes of Joe Biden and things like that, Burisma, the Ukrainian impeachment and things like that he supported, he will give any benefit of the doubt to Joe Biden. For example, the last time I was on Connor's show, he said, perhaps the lawyers for Burisma that were emailing Biden's team saying, hey, Hunter Biden works here, we want to talk to you, after their assets were frozen, maybe they just wanted to talk about how to spell the name Burisma. And we can't accept Joe Biden talking about a quid pro quo as truth. Maybe he was just bragging. We can't take Joe Biden's words at face value. So it'll be easy to see how disingenuous people like him and the rest of the lefties will be when it comes to applying the standard equally. We can talk specifically about what's going on with this indictment. I don't have a problem with that, but it's clearly a double standard, and that's the bigger issue. Low brain takes and people that want to be partisan hacks are okay with a corrupt FBI and corrupt DOJ and corrupt media and corrupt social media companies, as long as it benefits their side. I'm more concerned about a two-tiered system of these institutions than I am any one specific person like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, etc. We could clearly see the double standard. There has been non-stop investigations into Trump, as the Durham report showed. Even the initial Russiagate investigation was complete garbage. The FBI's been out to get Trump. Chuck Schumer announced that this would be the case. And so given that, what we see is eventually, I'm surprised it took this long to find anything that's even remotely of substance that you'd be able to criticize Trump for, because I assume that any prominent politician, if you turned over their life for 7 years and revoked their attorney-client privilege, went through personal text message, emails, and stuff like that, eventually you'd be able to find some crime. So no doubt the left will have their heyday and cheer for this. We'll talk about the indictment specifically, but it's clearly a double standard, and they're fine with it, and that's why they'll shout what about us, and because they enjoy the double standard as long as it benefits their side.
Okay, I appreciate it. Then, Mr. Turk, I have not forgotten you, Dylan.
So I actually agree with Brianna and Destiny on the fact that the indictment is not good for Trump, because a lot of the stuff that's in there is pretty cut and dry. Like Destiny said, it's like you can only wave around so many, classified documents when you don't have the authority to declassify them and not get the book thrown at you. I am all in favor of consistent law enforcement when it comes to this regard, but I do have to echo a lot of what Rob said, because double standards are not a good thing when it comes to the political sphere in general. I think the only reason they're going to be able to get away with it this time is because they can rightfully prove that Trump in a court of law did the things he did, whereas with Hillary it was like some of the stuff was like connecting dots and stuff, so it wasn't as clear-cut of a case, even if they said, you know, no sane prosecutor would be willing to take this to court. So, you know, I'm not as pro the double standard in this instance as Rob is, but I do observe that. But I'm really a lot more interested in the downstream effects, right? So what happens if we prosecute Trump? What happens if he does go to jail? What happens with the Republicans? What happens with, you know, the political landscape in general? I think that would be a really cool conversation. But I think they should throw the book at him, and he either gets acquitted or he goes to jail. So, yeah.
All right, and then Dylan, and then I will have one more rule I want to add before we get into it.
I think most of what, you know, has already been said is basically my position by, you know, all the lefty lip-cuck people. I mean, CTV's argument is very convincing. But one thing I will add is that Trump doesn't really speak from a position of ignorance. On the campaign trail, he constantly railed against Hillary Clinton for the email scandal. Once he got into office, he said he wanted to, you know, increase the penalties for the Presidential Records Act, which he did in office. He made it so it could come with bigger penalties. He championed this increase of penalties. Then once he leaves office, he immediately violates the law that he increased the penalty for. He doesn't really have a claim of ignorance there. That's all I want to add.
Just to add on that really quick, it was really funny. I don't know if they needed it in the indictment, but including like the 4 or 5 statements that Trump made about how important classified information was a really funny touch. But
Fair. All right, so we're going to get into it. We're going to open it up. I will have another gentleman. Actually, he's right here, so I'll let him introduce himself in a second. Phil KOE last night was very passionate on, you know, being pro-Trump on the panel that I was on. He was having a little bit of technical issues, but I believe he stole somebody's microphone, so he should be able to, you know, hear us. Uh-oh. There we go, there we go. Video's loading. Can you speak so we can hear you clearly?
Can you hear me?
Oh, and you sound beautiful, by the way.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I want to say...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound great. Can you hear us?
Beautiful, beautiful. Sinatra himself would be jealous. So thank you for having me this evening, Connor. God bless.
Okay, and can you hear me okay?
Shit. Hang on one moment.
What?
One moment. I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
I know what I did.
What a boomer.
He's resetting his mic. There, but for the grace of God, go I. Everybody be kind.
No, I do apologize. I had all of Discord muted. I know, great content. I do apologize, sir. I do apologize.
No, can you hear me okay now?
As clear as a blue sky.
Beautiful. Okay, so one more rule before I let you do your introduction, and then we're gonna get into it. So basically, the last rule is I'm gonna do Dylan Burns. I'm only gonna raise my hand and hold up little numbers or try to get you guys to wrap up stuff when I, you know, feel like we need to interject in order to get the conversation flowing in a different direction. I am not gonna be injecting my opinion for the next 2 hours. We are gonna run until 11 EST. After that, from 11 to 12, if you want to chill, hang out, have a more chill conversation, we can do that. But we're just basically debating for the next, like, hour and 40 minutes. And then if you see me doing this, like, 3, 2, 1 thing on your screen, I'm counting down minutes that I am allowing you to talk. We have a lot of rhetorically gifted people here. I don't want to, you know, basically feel like we're listening to 5 to 10 minute rants from one person and then shifting to a 5 to 10 minute rant from another person. But without further ado, Phil KOE, we were talking about whether or not the Trump indictment was politically motivated, whether or not it has a basis in reality that is worthy of prosecution and conviction, and then finally, as a second topic, if we feel like we're stalling on those contentions, then we'll move into whether or not this hurts or helps Trump during the primary and the election season. So go ahead and introduce yourself and give us your thoughts.
Well, folks, of course, I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast coward, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well, folks. My kingdom ever grows. So find me at KOE Nation at all of those beautiful places. Now, to answer your first question, to be frank, I'm going to be honest with you, folks. If you don't think this is politically motivated at this point, you're not a smart person. I'm sorry. You might have had some smart-sounding noises come out of your mouth and formulate in your head, but if you truly don't think that this is politically motivated at this point with everything we've seen post-Durham report, you're not a smart person. I'm so sorry. And in terms of is this justified, to be frank, if you think that these charges are justified, you have to. You have no choice but advancing the argument of one of two things. You either have to say that the executive order as a legal idea has no basis in any legal reality and is invalid, which there's some people who believe that, and I'd be fascinating hearing that. Or the other thing you have to argue is that the President of the United States is not the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, because the Commander-in-Chief of the United States has unilateral authority to declassify. All 28 previous presidents before Trump have done exactly and essentially what he has done. And nobody has seen any sort of repercussion. Let's be frank, it's because it's Trump. Now, something you need.
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to record our screen with
Need to realize, because we've heard of
we've heard
the invocation of Hillary Clinton's documents. The fact that Donald Trump has been prosecuted for allegedly mishandling classified documents and Hillary has not is actually proof of corruption. And also, one thing I'd like to keep before your minds, everybody on this panel tonight, Joseph
Hey guys, today I want to go and show you.
Why do you think Jordan Peterson thinks that?
Hey guys, today I want to go. You go to your, and here you choose it. When you got that, you go back. All right. So when you go and got, it's an extension for different browsers. Hey guys, today I want to go and show you how we can go and download VODs and alpha symbol. Over here, go and click on the tabs. And now there are different formats. You can download the stream as 9020 by 1080 or different ones here. So let me go and choose this one. You go to the arrow and then go copy URL. After this, you go to the website savethevideo.com.
And critically thinking veteran. Destiny, how have you been, man? I ain't seen you since then.
Really?
Yeah, that was the last time you and I talked for real.
I'm gonna be totally honest. You have a doppelganger. You know who it is, right?
No, actually.
The Nacho guy, American Nacho. You guys, you don't sound at all the same, but you look similar. Counterpoints. Wait, how old's your kid?
3 weeks.
At about 3 weeks, if you're having trouble with him crying at night, I'd say like half to a quarter shot of whiskey. Just go down. He'll be out for 6 hours. Easy.
Connor,
You'll be
right?
good. Okay.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
It's already happened.
Okay. Well,
Got you there.
Listen, if you know, we'll get everybody's hot takes first.
For you?
Okay.
I know what I did.
What a boomer.
As we were doing this, I got all the Republican catchphrases, Burisma, Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, double stand-up, Durham report, all y'all's greatest hits. The only argument I heard defending this shit show in front of me right here is this idea that Trump can declassify whatever he wants. He wasn't the fucking president here. He wasn't the...
I have a small child. We are going to have, this is the absolute invocation of parental authority. So, what I would say is, I'm partial to Brianna because I'm biased. So I'm gonna let her finish, and then we'll let whoever wants to on respond.
So this is my point here. We do actually have a classification problem here in this country. So the system that was built to classify these documents, this was built in the 1950s, and it is not scaled with the information age. This is one of the things I learned running for Congress, is we have a really big problem. We don't have the personnel to go through, check these documents in and out. They don't have an equivalent of, say, GitHub or something like that. So one of the problems is the reason you see Mike Pence and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, all these different figures, having access to classified information when they shouldn't, is we need to go through and massively update this system. This is the kind of boring problem that no one in Congress wants to solve, but it's actually a very important one, which is why there's this problem across the board. That is a separate issue than what Trump has done. No one on this panel on the left, I think, would have a problem with Trump if this was similar to a Hillary Clinton situation where he just incidentally had some classified information and was not intentional. If you actually read this, and I don't think anyone on the right here has actually read this, you see repeated attempts to lie about what he had, to mislead, to work with his lawyers, to collude and break the law, to hide his like having.
KOE, this means Trump doesn't even agree with your position on how the executive authority
No, I'm saying that the tape that
could
you just
declassify
cited,
documents.
it's actually been revealed earlier today that that's actually been an edited tape. So, in any
Okay,
real world,
could you
in
tell
any
me the context?
Oh, it's been edited. It's been revealed.
Okay, wait. KOE.
Where was this? I must have missed that New York Times
let me ask
article.
ever revealed. Brianna will, huge
Hold on.
donated to Project Veritas even.
Brianna,
Wait,
you are my favorite condescending woman, but Dylan is my favorite hairy twink. So I am gonna let him have a moment. I'm sorry. What's your classification? Is it otter?
Wait, how are we defining twink here?
Okay, bear, fine. Whatever you
I have a
want.
bunch to say. So
Whatever classification you want. Dylan, please. You were finishing an idea. Please finish an idea.
Let me just read this again, okay, for people in the back. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, as president, I could have declassified it, and now I can't. But this is still a secret. What he's saying here, I don't know what edit could have been done to make it so what he's actually talking about is a separate document that has to do with ice cream or some unrelated topic. This is directly connected to the documents he was showing them. What was the edit that was done that made it so he was talking about something else and not the plans to invade a country, most likely Iran?
I got this. I can see a very plausible... Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Let's go.
So there's a very plausible situation where you might actually end up with a conversation that's recorded and then allows it to be edited, right? What if you're actually complaining about the fact that you've got all this shit laying around your house, and what you really want them to do is to come pick it up and take them the fuck off, and you've been complaining for a while for them to come do this, and it hasn't happened yet, and you're like, some other people come around, you're like, fuck it, look, this is how efficient our fucking government is. They can't even come pick up their fucking documents. I was already in office. I had to deal with all this other bullshit. And now I'm left with this fucking paperwork that's fucking secret, right? But they left it here in my fucking house, and now I have to deal with it. Something along those lines, I can see somebody complaining about, and then you can zip. There's an edit.
That'd be nice, but there's no evidence of that. In fact, all the evidence points to the contrary. The Department of Archives, literally requested these documents back multiple times. The FBI requested these documents back multiple times. Trump told his attorney, who has now told federal prosecutors, that he instructed his attorneys and employees around Mar-a-Lago to hide these documents and to lie and misrepresent to the FBI what was there. So this
is that recorded? Do we have?
It's in the indictments that was voted on by the
completely
blue.
Sounds like a constitutional crisis that the Supreme Court should decide, not a fucking FBI raid for Merrick Garland.
Wait.
Happens to be the guy that Donald Trump shafted out of a Supreme Court justice seat. You don't think there's a little bit of sour grapes there?
What is the constitutional crisis?
No, all of this whole problem here should have been decided by the Supreme Court if we've got this problem. What should be done with these documents? What are the limits of this?
Wait. Where do you think?
Trump doesn't even agree with you.
Can we do like?
Long before the
Trump
man's
doesn't
house
agree
was
with you.
ever
Can we-
fucking raided.
Trump doesn't even agree with you.
Let's do a really
I'm
simple.
sure he would love to. If he was on this panel, he'd be like, "Phil, you are the best. Your arguments are incredible. You are my new press secretary."
But he
It's
says
amazing."
right here, as president, I could have declassified
But
it.
an
Now I
edited
can't.
tape.
You know, but it's still secret.
There's some
What is
nuance
the? What is?
that's
What,
Wait, here,
what's the edit? What's the edit? What's the nuance? Tell me
Here,
the
we don't
nuance.
need. Okay,
Tell me-
wait, we don't even need the edit. Okay, really simple back and forth.
So
What
you're
is-
only believing the adversarial prosecution here.
Co-nation. What is?
I'm
what is
believing
the-
Trump's own words.
What is the crisis?
No, the fact that we had to raid a former sitting president's home over all of this nonsense should have been decided by the Supreme Court before anybody ever fucking knocked on his door.
But he
if
had-
this is truly the fucking problem,
Can we do
that
the?
everyone
Can we
wants
just
to
do?
pretend
Can we
it
do
is-
actual answers and not like the grandstanding?
Yeah.
No, this is the answer. You not liking it is
Okay.
irrelevant. I'm sorry.
Well, I want to make something clear. This is Phil Kaylee's actual personality, so you're just going to have to deal with that.
Okay.
So,
What do you think? Here's a simple question: should a president be able to tell whatever classified information or show whatever classified documents he wants for the rest of his life to anybody that he wants to?
He has the unilateral authority to declassify. He doesn't even have to tell
Wait,
anybody.
hold on. That is.
And this has been the standard for at least 28 past presidents. The fact that it is only being used against Donald Trump here is, again, proof of corruption.
Okay, what you just said is not true. Hold on, wait. What you just said is not true. The unilateral ability to declassify is something given to the commander
It
in
comes
chief.
from the office of the president.
Correct. Not for
sitting.
ex-presidents. Not in the future. Not indefinitely.
When he takes them
It
with
is for
him,
the.
that is implicitly
no,
declassification,
it is
which is the
no,
argument his lawyers
no,
are making.
No, that is first of all
and that's something the Supreme Court should have decided, not a goddamn raid of the, man's
Supreme
house.
Courts,
That's banana
the
republic
Supreme Courts,
bullshit.
the Supreme Courts don't need to decide it. The Supreme Courts don't.
BTV, hold on. Destiny's making a point.
The Supreme.
I'm making a point now too, right? Because he needs to combat this one as well. Shouldn't it also be a process that the government has for the exiting executive for them to go around and collect up all this material instead of it being allowed to be then transported into a civilian's fucking hands and property? That right there is the fault of the government.
There is a process, and it went through. It happened with
Everybody
Barack.
shut up, or I'm gonna start muting people. Destiny and then Turk. Let's go.
Okay, there is a process. Barack Obama did the exact same thing. When presidents leave the White House, they take a ton of shit with them. Sometimes there might be classified information that gets taken too. People go through it and they ship back whatever's requested or whatever's found to be missing. The only difference is this time, Trump was adversarial in the process. He misrepresented what he had, he lied to multiple people, and he instructed other people to lie to the archive people and to the FBI about the things that he had. There is no problem here. I wouldn't even agree with Brianna. There needs to be an overhaul of the process. The process works fine. If somebody tells you have classified information, you do your best effort to return it, because in order for there to be a criminal statute, for there to be a crime here, there has to be intentionality, an intent to withhold classified information or to lie about it or store it in an area that's not allowed to have classified information. And these are things that Donald Trump did. So he did these things clearly. No past president or ex-president has ever done these things. And the idea that any president ever, for the rest of their life, should be able to unilaterally declassify things and show them to people is ridiculous.
Them to have that.
No, we never did. No, we didn't.
Hold on. Pause. Everybody, stop. So there are two people that I've seen who are trying to get in, and there are most patient and tactful people. So I'm going to let Perk go, then I'm going to let Dylan go, and then I'm going to open it back to the floor. You guys are very passionate, but we also are kind of like litigating the same points again. So I do want them to add in their insights, and we can reopen it. And then I kind of want to finish up the Phil/Destiny exchange. So Turk, please.
Yeah, so I'm on the same side here as Brianna and Destiny, because the problem is when they leave office, they have a whole bunch of boxes of documents, and the archives don't know every single document that they actually have their hands on. There's not a certificate, there's not a stamp, there's not a
that has something to do with nuclear weapons could mention
realize, because we've heard the invocation of Hillary Clinton's documents. The fact that Donald Trump has been prosecuted for allegedly mishandling classified documents and Hillary has not is actually proof of corruption. And also, one thing I'd like to keep before your minds, everybody on this panel tonight, Joseph R. Biden while senator, had classified documents he had no clearance to have, he had no ability to even read, he had no ability to declassify, and he was negligent with our national security secrets he had no clearance to ever possess or own, which, whether you like it or not, no matter how you want to look at it, is objectively, measurably worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of. Let me say that again. That makes him objectively, measurably negligent with our national security in a way that is worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of, folks. And so, folks, with all that, if you love these base takes, find me at KOE Nation. God bless every last one of you. These lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Okay, I appreciate your passionate introduction. It is open to the floor. Anybody who wants to take it.
I legitimately don't know if I can take 2 hours of drama kid, but right-winger stuff on here. So I was taking very careful notes as we were doing this. I got all the Republican catchphrases, Burisma, Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, double stand-up, Durham report, all y'all's greatest hits. The only argument I heard defending this shit show in front of me right here is this idea that Trump can declassify whatever he wants. He wasn't the fucking president here. He wasn't the president. If that is your best idea to defend this shit show, and you've got to go to the Republican
Well, he was the president. He was elected. None of us
I'm going to finish what I'm saying. If the only move you have is to keep going through this same stuff that's so intellectually dishonest, you've got to just flip it around and turn it and start attacking the Democrats. This is your chance to be an adult. This is your chance to talk about serious stuff here. He had classified information talking about really serious stuff. Other nation states' ability to wage war and strike back, nuclear secrets, just out there, Mar-a-Lago, where anyone can come in and look at this. If you care about national security, if you are an adult, this is your chance to not just start attacking the Democrats over and over. Address with the point. Talk about the indictment here. Let's talk about some reality here today.
I mean,
well, if being sassy and condescending was an argument, you'd have that spilled up. But unfortunately, we get all three through your stupid take. But yay, girl power, you did it. Anyways, we know. Don't interrupt me. I'll finish my point. The point is, what you're getting at is that there's a clear double. There's a clear double standard in the way this is applied, and I noticed you ignored all of that, which was part of the topic that Connor talked about. And this is something that you would have cheered for the whole time. For example, you just started talking about how dangerous it is to leave these super top secret documents. You have no idea what these documents say. None of us have seen them. In fact, even Trump's lawyers haven't been allowed to see them. So we're just taking the word of the very corrupt FBI and DOJ that is, we see from the Durham report and incident after incident, how they've been out to get Trump, as even Chuck Schumer admitted that they would be. So we're just taking their words. For example, a top secret document that has something to do with nuclear weapons could mention nuclear weapons in passing and have nothing to do about our capabilities. But if you are worried, I wonder, where can I find your videos about how dangerous it was for top secret information to be stored on a server that was hacked by the Koreans and the Chinese with Hillary Clinton? Where's your videos that you put out about how dangerous it was for Joe Biden, who, after saying how irresponsible it was for Trump to have classified documents, had classified documents in 3 locations, including an open and unlocked garage? Do you also think that was a danger of national? Is it your turn to stop being childish, and now's the time for you to come and talk about how dangerous that was to our national security secrets?
I think the more pressing question is, Brianna, do you not see that as a double standard?
No,
so it is okay for Joe Biden and all these other heads of state to have those types of documents in those types of locations?
Hold on here. I want to be really clear.
It's not negligently. They knew they had them there.
You asked me a question.
Biden said he didn't know, which is negligence.
Yeah, and his lawyers did, and the people that brought them there.
Well, I'll get to that.
There is, so I understand that Republicans don't want to talk about big structural issues here. We do have a classification problem.
We can't even agree on what the structure actually is. You came in here talking about...
And I finished my goddamn point!
No, you're on a debate panel.
Guys, I have a small child. We are going to have, this is the absolute invocation of parental authority. So, what I would say is, I'm partial to Brianna, because I'm biased. So I'm gonna let her finish, and then we'll
And
let
he
whoever
thought it
wants
was
to
gonna be
respond.
Fantastic. So this is my point here. We do actually have a classification problem here in this country. So the system that was built to classify these documents, this was built in the 1950s, and it is not scaled with the information age. This is one of the things I learned running for Congress, is we have a really big problem. We don't have the personnel to go through, check these documents in and out. They don't have an equivalent of, say, GitHub or something like that. So one of the problems is the reason you see Mike Pence and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, all these different figures, having access to classified information when they shouldn't, is we need to go through and massively update this system. This is the kind of boring problem that no one in Congress wants to solve, but it's actually a very important one, which is why there's this problem across the board. That is a separate issue than what Trump has done. No one on this panel on the left, I think, would have a problem with Trump if this was similar to a Hillary Clinton situation where he just incidentally had some classified information and it was not intentional. If you actually read this, and I don't think anyone on the right here has actually read this, you see repeated attempts to lie about what he had, to mislead, to work with his lawyers, to collude and break the law, to hide his like having classified information on his person. It's just night and day. So I don't think it's the same, and I don't think those situations are prosecutable in the same way.
Real
But
quick,
to
you said
go back to my question,
What a coincidence.
You said Hillary Clinton, it was incidental. She didn't know, correct?
For which one?
No, you said that Trump had classified information intentionally. It was incidental with Hillary Clinton. That's why it's. If
There
it
are
was just
multiple
incidental, like
things, there are
that's what you said,
multiple
correct?
incidents with Hillary Clinton, so I need to know which one you're talking
Okay,
about.
so
Well, to be clear, on the Hillary Clinton
you're
email
the one
server,
who's-
it was the FBI's contention that she didn't know, to be clear. Those
Right,
are the
okay,
official
but
findings.
we'll get to that in a second. Yes, we know the corrupt FBI that all of their agents were proving and saying in text messages that they wanted insurance policies.
That horrible, lifelong Republican
Right,
Comey,
right.
nominated by George W.
You
Bush,
get
that
it.
just so happened to
You
turn
get-
out to be
no,
an
if you
evil
think-
leftist. Yes,
Right,
that one.
if
That
you
is
think
correct,
it's
Rob.
Re-
Yes.
If you think it's Republican versus Democrat, and that's the difference in the corruption, then clearly you haven't been paying attention.
Nah,
I know
it's
you
a
see the Durham
uniparty
report and
corruption.
anything. Nonetheless, you're the one who brought up that it was incidental or classified. So let me get you two examples of questions as why. Do you think that Hillary Clinton, as a career politician, understood that having a server meant that there was likely to be classified information on it?
Nope.
You think that Hillary Clinton, first off, do you think that she went through a training that said that it was inappropriate for her to have a personal server?
Nope. As reported by the FBI, unfortunately for the State Department, there was a long-standing, even Trump has sent emails from his phone doing personal business. And the order...
An email is different than a server.
Regardless, email server, whatever. The idea was that there were some people that wanted to be able to send emails quickly. The idea was some people wanted to be able to send emails quickly. They didn't have the ability to get access to classified servers or to State Department servers quick enough, so they sent some emails on their personal emails.
Yep.
But the idea that they knew, the idea that she knew that there were classified emails there was never proved. The classification markings on the emails were suspect at best. I think only 2 had an actual C classification on them, and all of the emails that she was sending was going out to other official people doing official business. There was no attempt to hide or mask or
She deleted the
conspire
emails
anything.
after getting a subpoena. That's an attempt to hide.
We'll get there. Please, we'll get there, Phil. So there you heard it there from Destiny and Brianna, what they're going to send on. Well, the FBI said that when Hillary saw the classified material, this career politician didn't understand what the classified markings was. She thought that they
I didn't
meant
say that. Wait. Hold on. Please, wait. Don't. Please, wait. If you want to, I know you like to do your dialogue, but please don't misquote me. I didn't say that she saw the classified material and didn't know what it was. My understanding is of like the 200 some, there were only like 200 some classified, half of I think which were retroactively classified. Of those emails that were classified, I believe only 3 even had the markings on them. There were no formal classification markings on 99.5% of these supposedly classified emails that were even on the server. So no, it wasn't like they saw a whole bunch of classified information. The FBI themselves said that it looked like when they were talking about classified topics, they were trying to just use like keywords or whatever, so they weren't intentionally spreading information that they knew they shouldn't. Like for the most part, it seemed like everybody that was conducting business on these servers and emailing to and from each other were doing their best to avoid leaking or having any kind of like improper communications going on. That's why of the 30, that's why of all the emails, only 200 were found.
Respond, please.
Yep.
I just want to be clear on the facts.
So basically, it was okay when she did it.
Phil. All right, so I'm just pausing right here. I'm going to consider this like a sidebar topic. It is relevant to the main topic, but I also don't think that we necessarily came here specifically to like litigate Hillary Clinton's like
they
email
did.
server. But
It's always about her
That's the only
emails.
argument they've got.
Well, hold on. We can go through this piece by piece because, for instance, like if we're gonna appeal to hypocrisy and we're just gonna say, Hillary Clinton had security issues with the email server, and then Hunter Biden had issues with his security stuff when he was the senator, and then Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden had issues with the secured information. And then Hunter Biden has corruption issues that have been ignored. Hillary Clinton has corruption issues that have been ignored with the Clinton Foundation. I don't mind walking through each one of those topics, but I think that if we do one of those for 30 minutes, we're not going to litigate the other ones. So I'm going to do 10 minutes for Hillary Clinton's email server, and then we can either move to the next proximate.
I need 20 seconds.
All right,
All I need is...
so Phil 20 seconds, and then Rob.
The fact that Joe Biden... Trump have all been accused of mishandling classified documents in one shape, form, figure, or another, and only the people that happen to line up with the uniparty's politics are the ones that do not face prosecution, is actually evidence of corruption. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you.
What about Mike
Rob?
Pence? Mike
Rob and then Dylan.
He's part of the
Okay,
uniparty.
Well, there you have it from Dylan and Brianna. Right? Okay, she saw some of the
The
classified
right don't want
markings.
Pence. You can have him.
She saw some of the classified markings, but this career politician didn't understand what they were. Now, an FBI agent, who they didn't release the name of, said that he thought that it defied credulity that Hillary Clinton was actually arguing that the classification markings actually were alphabetical order. And if that defense works for Hillary Clinton, I assume then if Trump says, well, when I said things looked secret and things like that could have declassified, I didn't know they were classified. I thought that that was just alphabetical markings. I assume then everyone here will say, well, that's perfectly legitimate. If he thought that they weren't classification markings because the subpoena called for things that were marked classified, if Trump didn't think they were classified, he just thought it was alphabetical, then it's cool, right?
Well, Trump said, these are secret, I'm not supposed to show you.
Doesn't mean they were classified.
Wait, what does secret mean?
Wait, I have the quote here from Trump. This is from the indictment. Trump told individuals that the plan, and this was after he was showing aides and like journalists who were visiting him, secret plans to invade a country.
Just to be clear
no,
on that.
no security clearances. It was a plan to invade a country which is believed to be Iran, but we don't know if it was Iran for sure. This is what the indictment says. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, this is his words, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't. You know, but this is still a secret. So by the way, wait, one last thing. I do also want to say,
that would be a mistrial in real
KOE, this means Trump doesn't even agree with your position on how the executive authority
No, I'm saying that the tape
could
you just
declassify
cited,
documents.
It's actually been revealed earlier today that that's actually been an edited tape. So in any
okay,
real world,
could you tell me the context?
Oh, it's been edited. It's been revealed.
Okay, wait. KOE.
Can I must have missed that New York
let me ask.
Ever revealed them. Brianna will huge
Hold on.
donated to Project Veritas even.
Brianna.
Wait,
you are my favorite condescending woman, but Dylan is my favorite hairy twink, so I'm gonna let him have a moment. I'm sorry, what's your classification? Is it honor?
Wait, how are we defining twink here?
Okay, Bear, fine. Whatever you want.
I have a bunch to say, so.
Whatever classification you want. Dylan, please, you were finishing an idea, please finish an idea.
Let me just read this again, okay, for people in the back. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, as president, I could have declassified it, and now I can't. You know, but this is still a secret. What he's saying here, I don't know what edit could have been done to make it so what he's actually talking about is the separate document that has to do with ice cream or some unrelated topic. This is directly connected to the documents he was showing them. What was the edit that was done that made it so he was talking about something else and not the plans to invade a country, most likely Iran?
I got this. I can see a very plausible Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Let's go.
So there's a very plausible situation where you might actually end up with a conversation that's recorded and then allows it to be edited, right? What if you're actually complaining about the fact that you've got all this shit laying around your house, and what you really want to do is to come pick it up and take it the fuck off, and you've been complaining for a while for them to come do this, and it hasn't happened yet, and you're like, some other people come around, you're like, fuck it, look, this is how efficient our fucking government is. They can't even come pick up their fucking documents. I was already in office. I had to deal with all this. Bullshit, and now I'm left with this fucking paperwork that's fucking secret, right? But they left it here in my fucking house, and now I have to deal with it. Something along those lines, I can see somebody complaining about, and then you can dip. There's an edit.
That'd be nice, but there's no evidence of that. In fact, all the evidence points to the contrary. The Department of Archives, like, literally requested these documents back multiple times. The FBI requested these documents back multiple times. Trump told his attorney, who has now told federal prosecutors, that he instructed his attorneys and employees around Mar-a-Lago to hide these documents and to lie and misrepresent to the FBI what was there. So this
is that recorded? Do we have?
It's in the indictments that was voted on by the completely blue.
Sounds like a constitutional crisis that the Supreme Court should decide, not a fucking FBI raid from Merrick Garland.
Wait,
happens to be the guy that Donald Trump shafted out of a Supreme Court justice seat. You don't think there's a little bit of sour grapes there?
What is the constitutional crisis?
No, all of this whole problem here should have been decided by the Supreme Court. If we've got this problem, what should be done with these documents? What are the limits of this?
Wait. Where do you think?
Trump doesn't
even agree with you.
Can we do like?
Long before
Trump
the man's
doesn't
house
agree
is
with
ever
you.
fucking raided.
Trump doesn't even agree with you.
Let's do a really simple.
I'm sure he would love to. If he was on this panel, he'd be like, Phil, you are the best. Your arguments are incredible. You are my new press secretary.
But he
It's
says
amazing.
right here, as president, I could have declassified
On
it.
an
Now I
edited
can't.
tape.
You know, but it's still secret.
There's some
What is
nuance
the? What
missing
is?
there.
Wait, here,
What's the edit? What's the edit? What's the nuance? Tell me the
We don't
nuance.
need. Okay, we don't need the edit. Okay, really simple back and forth.
So
What
you're
is-
only believing the adversarial prosecution here.
Co-nation. What is?
I'm
what is
believing
the-
Trump's own words.
What is the crisis?
No, the fact that we had to raid a former sitting president's home over all of this nonsense should have been decided by the Supreme Court before anybody ever fucking knocked on his door.
But he
if
had-
this is truly the fucking problem,
Can we do
that
the?
everyone
Can we
wants
just
to
do?
pretend
Can we
it
do
is-
actual answers and not like the grandstanding?
Yeah.
No, this is the answer. You're not liking it as
Okay.
well. I'm sorry.
I want to make something clear. This is Phil KOE's actual personality, so you're just going to have to deal with that.
Okay,
So,
what do you think? Here's a simple question: should a president be able to tell whatever classified information or show whatever classified documents he wants for the rest of his life to anybody that he wants to?
He has the unilateral authority to declassify. He doesn't even have to tell
Wait,
anybody.
hold on. That is.
And this has been the standard for at least 28 past presidents.
Okay.
The fact that it is only being used against Donald Trump here is, again, proof of corruption.
Okay, what you just
Wouldn't
said
this
is
be
not
proof that
true.
Trump's
Hold on,
really
wait. What you just said is not true. The unilateral ability to declassify is something given to the
It
commander in
comes
chief.
from the office of the president.
Correct. Not
president
for
sitting.
ex-presidents. Not in the future. Not indefinitely.
When he takes them
It
with
is for
him,
the.
that is implicitly
no,
declassification,
it is
which is the
no,
argument his lawyers are making.
No, that is. First of all,
And that's something the Supreme Court should have decided, not a goddamn raid of the,
the
man's
Supreme
house.
Courts.
That's banana
The
republic
Supreme Courts.
bullshit.
The Supreme Courts don't need to decide it. The Supreme Courts don't.
ATV, hold on. Destiny's making a point.
The
Yeah,
Supreme.
I'm making a point now too, right? Because he needs to combat this one as well. Shouldn't it also be a process that the government has for the exiting executive for them to go around and collect up all this material instead of it being allowed to be then transported into a civilian's fucking hands and property? That right there is the fault of the government.
There is a process, and it went through. It happened with
Everybody
Barack.
shut up or I'm going to start muting people. Destiny and then Turk. Let's go.
Okay, there is a process. Barack Obama did the exact same thing. When presidents leave the White House, they take a ton of shit with them. Sometimes there might be classified information that gets taken too. People go through it and they ship back whatever's requested or whatever's found to be missing. The only difference is this time, Trump was adversarial in the process. He misrepresented what he had, he lied to multiple people, and he instructed other people to lie to the archive people and to the FBI about the things that he had. There is no problem here. I wouldn't even agree with Brianna. There needs to be an overhaul of the process. The process works fine. If somebody tells you have classified information, you do your best effort to return it, because in order for there to be a criminal statute, for there to be a crime here, there has to be intentionality, an intent to withhold classified information or to lie about it or store it in an area that's not allowed to have classified information. And these are things that Donald Trump did. So he did these things clearly. No past president or ex-president has ever done these things. And the idea that any president ever for the rest of their life should be able to unilaterally declassify things and show them to people
We
is
elected
ridiculous.
them to have that
Okay,
power.
No, we
You
never
don't
did.
like-
No, we
Hold
didn't.
on. Pause. Everybody, stop. So there are two people that I've seen who are trying to get in, and there are most patient and tactful people. So I'm going to let Herc go, then I'm going to let Dylan go, and then I'm going to open it back to the floor. You guys are very passionate, but we also are kind of like litigating the same points again. So I do want them to add in their insights, and we can reopen it. And then I kind of want to finish up the Phil/Destiny exchange. So Turk, please.
Yeah, so I'm on the same side here as Brianna and Destiny, because the problem is when they leave office, they have a whole bunch of boxes of documents, and the archives don't know every single document that they actually have their hands on. There's not a certificate, there's not a stamp, there's not a signature on all these physical documents that get taken out of the office, which is why you see people like Biden, Pence, all these other people that don't necessarily have these clearances having access to these documents, because we don't thoroughly enforce this type of record keeping from the archives as well as from the people taking the documents. So KOE, it's like I wish there was a memo or some sort of blanket thing Trump said that said all the documents that I'm taking with me are now being unclassified and I can do what I wish with them, because that would make it cut and dry. And that's why, you know, when he was talking about Obama, there's this process, and that's why these archives people have to go through these processes and request feedback, talk to lawyers and stuff. But it goes back to what Destiny says, and it's about intentionality, and that's why this was my point to begin with. I'm glad this is going to court, because I really want to hear CTV's story being pitched by the defense team and see how that actually holds up with actual record keeping, because it's entirely possible that what Dylan is saying from the indictment is 100% true, but the context is important, and that needs to be litigated rather than being saying, oh, he's guilty by just this one blurb. Probably can be, but there is context and it needs to be vetted out. But I don't agree with KOE here, because, you know, he was not the president when he was waving these documents around in front of people. He can't declassify them.
Okay. Then we're going to go Dylan, and then it's open to the floor, so if anybody wants to take it, they can take it. But Phil and Dusty were having a passionate exchange that I think needs to be resolved. So Dylan, please.
Have a good
one. So not only does once he have office, he doesn't have the authority. Let's say that this was the process. Let's say that once he's left office, any documents that he'd taken with him, even if the National Archives doesn't know he has it, even if they've requested it back and he's hiding it from him, he can just go shamalama bing bang, these are now declassified. This could set up a precedent. If they really wanted to, let's say they got voted out and they didn't want to get voted out, maybe they wanted to make money as they left the office, this could mean that a US president could take records on, say, American spy installations around the world, our nuclear program, any number of issues, leave office, have been out of office for over a year, and then randomly decide, for whatever reason they could have, to say, you know what, now these extremely important classified documents that are integral to national security, I'm not even going to talk to anybody about it. They're just, ma'am, declassified. I have that authority, and hello, Twitter, I'm going to tweet out every single piece of this information. Under the system that KOE is saying is the current system, which, by the way, it isn't, that would be legal, and he'd be able to do it and put America at immense risk. Imagine a situation where a president was voted out because we thought he was a national security risk, and then he leaves office, but then he could have that much of an impact on our national security. It's just not a good system, and it's not the system we have.
But I'd also have to push back.
Be careful how you vote, then.
I'd have to push back, though, because Joe Biden, as a vice president, also had this type of documentation stored in his garage, which is not really a secure place to be storing things. So it's like, as much as I want to agree with you, Dylan, on this, it's like we also have to hold other people that have access to these types of documents to the same level of scrutiny.
There's two things I gotta say to that, but I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, and then that's like, I understand that he's working with the prosecutors, he's working with records, they're working on moving stuff, but it's like, we have to hold everyone to the same account, and we can't just say, Joe Biden, you've got 18,000 boxes, whatever, give them to us when you've got time.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, from what I know, it was the team around Biden that informed the National Archives that he still had these documents in his garage, and then he cooperated with them to return them, which I do think is substantially different than the National Archives coming for you, asking for the documents, then you go out of your way to hide the documents.
Them working together is a much better outcome from
well, that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but I also say he has these documents. He doesn't have the authority to have them.
Okay,
neither did Trump.
My hand is up. Okay. We need to be clear when we're talking about hold people accountable. Do we mean like we're going to ratio them on Twitter? Or are we talking about like the criminal statutes? Because the statutes for mishandling classified information requires an intent to do so. Somebody accidentally taking a piece of paper home in a folder or whatever, and then when they see it, they report it to the archives or whatever, people come in and they investigate, they take it back. That's not a criminal procedure. You don't get convicted of a crime.
That's why in my opening statement, I was like, you know, as much as I would like to go after Hillary, she might not have had the intent to do it.
Sure.
She might not have had these other things. So it's like, I'm not
I understand what you're saying, but
disagreeing with
you're saying we need to hold people to the same standard. We are. The National Archives contacted Trump and requested these documents back. If he would have turned them in, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. He would just send them back.
He was in the process. But
No.
That's
a lie.
Sounds like
Hold on. Wait. No. Wait. Hold on. One of the indictments is literally for obstruction of justice. He was absolutely not in the process. Wait, but then you can't say he was in the process of doing it. He wasn't. He was hiding them and lying about what he had. They had the
I'm
subpoena.
sorry, to be
beginning
frank,
saying
unless
that I think
somebody
this should
can
be going
advance
through
the
the courts,
argument
right?
that Donald J.
Yes,
Trump
I
is
heard
not
you.
the commander-in-chief...
He's
then
not the
any-
commander-in-chief.
If you can make the argument that the president is not the commander-in-chief...
He's not the
Which he
president.
was the fucking president, was
Not
he
when he
not?
showed these
He was-
documents. No. You're
no,
wrong.
but when he took them, he was.
Do you know how
And
time
if you
works?
can make
Time moves in one
If you
direction.
can actually make the argument that the
I can't
president
make the
is not
argument.
the commander-in-chief, I will hear some sort of idea that Trump has done something wrong. Otherwise, it's all just I don't like Trump gum flappery and should be taken for the infotainment that it is, folks.
It is
Wait,
very easy.
are you saying that like everybody in here, including Turk, all the conservatives who probably vote for Trump over Biden in a head-to-head, they're also just in the anti-Trump flappery, or do you think there's some merit to these arguments?
No. If you think that he doesn't have unilateral authority to declassify because the president is the commander-in-chief, then everything beyond that is just I don't like Trump gum flappery, to be frank.
Trump was not the commander-in-chief when he was showing these classified documents.
He wasn't-
The
he took the
commander-in-chief,
documents, though, wasn't
the
he?
commander,
And he has unilateral,
the
and he doesn't
commander,
have to tell
he
anybody
did
if
not
he
have.
wants to declassify.
He did. He
Sorry.
absolutely needs to. There is a process to doing so. That's why he declassified some documents on his way out. Trump is not forever the commander-in-chief. Very good. That's it.
No, but when he left, he had
is George
unilateral
Bush?
de-
No,
he
he
had
didn't.
unilateral
He
Wait.
did not. He did not have.
Hey, wait.
Hey,
wait.
Let's pause.
Great job moderating and everything. Got
Okay.
it.
Office
Got it.
of the
But I'm just
president.
gonna talk.
Not
because
former
I'm tired
president.
of shills always having the platform where they're able to embrace these double standards and things like that. So I appreciate that it's just going to be
resemble
to
that
hammer down
remark,
on
sir.
this one thing, right? So I'll say this: we talked about how there's not a double standard, and Trump was trying to obstruct. Hillary's team literally deleted subpoenaed evidence. Any comment on that? Was that a crime, Destiny?
There's no evidence that the deletion happened in violation of the subpoena. The order to delete was given before the subpoena was issued.
wow.
The FBI said the same thing. I'm sorry if that bothers you, but
That's
listen, at
okay
the
when
end of
she
the
does
day,
it.
at the end of the day, if you
That's what
believe
you're
that
saying. It's
every
okay when she's
single,
done.
if
Let him
every
finish.
single organization is corrupt and you believe that and you can't trust anybody, then you should fucking kill yourself because there is literally no point in having a conversation about any of these issues. If the FBI is corrupt, if
Life
the
is
DOJ is
beautiful,
corrupt,
folks.
if-
Don't
by
listen
the
to
way,
that.
but by the way,
Please, Phil,
if
please.
all of these people are corrupt, then why didn't Trump just own them like every other president does? If the DOJ is truly working at the behest of the president, then why was the DOJ working for Trump?
I'm
right.
stuck with my hands and hyperventilate because I can't answer the question because it makes
I already answered the question. You're just not happy with the answer. You shouldn't.
I thought the idea was we weren't going on to. here patiently. I'm trying to go have a back and forth. Let me ask you this, Destiny. When Paul Combetta, the IT person for Hillary, deleted those emails, did he know they were subpoenaed?
I don't believe so.
Well, that's not what he testified to the FBI. He said he was aware of the subpoena, but he had an oh shit
If
moment.
Okay, then if he was aware, he had a plea of immunity, and there was the IT guy might have known he had a plea of immunity, but he wasn't the one. Because there's no evidence that Hillary issued the order to delete emails that were subpoenaed. Correct, Rob?
Okay.
Rob, no, wait. Rob, I want you to answer that question. Was there any evidence ever that Paul knew that Hillary told him to delete those emails that were subpoenaed? That she knew they were subpoenaed when he told him to delete the emails? Answer that question without rambling. You're gonna ramble. You're not gonna answer that.
No, I'll answer. No.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I expound now?
Go for it.
I don't have to do like Destiny and just say kill yourself.
I'm surprised you actually answered a question.
So I have to debate, but I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm gonna let you go. Hold on, everybody pause momentarily, okay? The temperature is obviously at 100. I want to get it down to a 98.6, you know, like not fever level. So, Rob, go ahead. Dylan, are you playing with your hair or do you have your hand up?
I had my hand up earlier, but I'm always playing with my hair.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay,
so
may I go?
Yeah, so Rob, Dylan, and then Brianna, if you haven't lost brain cells, we'll do that.
I'm trying my best.
All right.
So here you can see the corruption and the double standards employed by the FBI. They're willing to accept everything Hillary's team said without subpoenaing phones, without violating attorney-client privilege. In fact, they allowed the attorneys who we know from the 302s actually lied to the FBI in Mills and Aberdeen. Both of them claimed they had no knowledge of Hillary Clinton's server and didn't even know what a server was, in the words of Cheryl Mills. But then there are emails that we have found that they were talking about the server prior to Hillary's tenure as Secretary of State. So they knew that this server existed. They directly lied to the FBI, according to Peter Strzok's 302s, but they weren't charged with this. However, what we see what the FBI did was they gave everyone immunity. They knew that crimes were committed that were literal obstruction of justice. There was destruction of subpoenaed evidence, knowingly subpoenaed evidence that was destroyed, and they just took Paul Combetta's word. After they suspected him of lying, after they knew he committed this crime, they said, well, we'll give him immunity, and then we'll see if he wants to roll on anyone. Now, that's where Destiny is going to be able to hold the ground here and say, well, we don't have evidence. Right, we don't have evidence because the FBI intentionally, because of their bias, chose not to look for. And we can see that the investigation into Trump in this particular indictment proves how corrupt it was. Because what Destiny and his left-wing flacks like Pisco want to argue is that, well, this was a totally reasonable strategy. To go after the low-level guys that they knew committed crimes, give them immunity and say, do you have anything you want to say about Hillary? And they said, no, I don't. Why, if that's the standard, that it's the best way to solve a case, why are they indicting Nada? Why didn't they just give Nada immunity? Why didn't they go to him and say, hey, we're going to give you total immunity about the handling of this classified information? Did Trump tell you to do it? And if Trump said no, he didn't, they'd say, okay, case closed. No need to talk to attorneys and violate attorney-client privilege. No need to subpoena text records. No need to subpoena phone records and emails, because that's what they did in the Hillary investigation. So in the Trump investigation, we're told all of this shit was necessary because there was an idea that he may intend to obstruct justice. Now, with the Hillary case, she actually did obstruct justice, or her team did. As everyone knows, yes, her team did obstruct justice. But instead of having a super serious investigation and raiding homes and getting subpoenas, they said, we'll just give that low-level guy immunity. Why the double standard in how they're treating Nada versus how they treated Combetta?
Two things. One,
Destiny.
Didn't they hand every device over to the FBI? They didn't have to subpoena everything. No, they didn't. What did they not hand over? My understanding is that Hillary Clinton said that she was... They destroyed cell phones?
Yes, they smashed cell phones with cameras. Would you like me to read from the actual IG report? I have this pulled up. I knew you would try to spill out this live.
I'm sure that's not trying to conceal evidence.
Here's
destroy evidence by destroying evidence.
Hold on. Pause. Everybody pause. There's a real contention here that I actually feel is substantive that we can, try to get past, okay? Which is basically, we have Trump credibly accused of doing this thing. We have an alleged parallel with Hillary Clinton. Some people are saying that the timeline makes sense to the point that they were cooperating with the investigations. But this is also one of the allegations from the Durham report.
Interesting.
Is that the FBI is basically very aggressive when it comes to Trump investigations, but they are not aggressive when it comes to the Hillary Clinton investigation. So what I want to do, because we have people waiting, I want Rob to basically give us the information. I want Destiny to chew on that for a minute. I want Dylan and Brianna to go, and then I want us to revisit. So Rob, go ahead when you're ready.
Page 82 of the IG report, quote, some witnesses told us they were concerned about certain devices the FBI was never able to locate. For example, as described above in Section 2, the mid-year team was never able to locate the archive laptop, the archive gum drive, both of which Handley and others contained a complete copy of Clinton's archives. In addition, according to the LHM, the FBI's investigation identified 13 total mobile devices associated with Clinton's Clinton.com email address. Mid-year team asked Clinton's attorneys for these devices, but they've stated they were unable to locate them. According to the LHLM, Cooper and Handley told the FBI they were wiped or destroyed by Clinton's devices. One FBI analyst told us she was frustrated by the claim that Clinton's attorneys could not find her devices. However, he stated that he guessed the agency didn't have probable cause to assert the missing devices were in Clinton's home and that a search warrant could be issued, given the testimony that her old devices had been destroyed. We question whether the use of the subpoena search warrant might have encouraged Clinton, her lawyers, and others to search harder for the devices. Prosecutor Toole told us that the prosecutors believe Clinton's attorneys were dealing in good faith.
Okay,
See,
so wait.
when it came back
So
to the
question.
That's
Do you have
important.
any evidence that those devices were destroyed after the subpoena was issued? Or are we saying that because she didn't have her cell phone...
Wow, reaching there.
No, it's not a reach at all. I'm
Let
sorry,
him-
hold on.
let him go.
If I were to go and search
It's
your
kind
house
of a
for
reach.
every cell phone you had since the year 1998, does that mean you destroyed them all because
The
of the
ones
subpoena you
that
got
the
in
FBI just so
2015?
happens to need to get their hands
They're
on,
asking for
just so
every device-
happen to be
they're asking for-
destroyed when it comes time for them
if
to
they're-
go a-looking.
Okay,
Come
so-
on,
okay,
man.
so-
Even you don't believe
So
that. Come on,
to reiterate, they had absolutely no evidence. Here is like the simplest question that I can ask that completely dismantles this entire silly argument. If the FBI is so concerned about aggressively hunting people on the right, and they're all a bunch of leftoid dipshits, why in the fuck, in the course of these Hillary email investigations, did Comey at 2 different points make potentially campaign-ending statements about Hillary Clinton's emails? One, when he came out and he gave the scathing review of her conduct, when he said he didn't recommend charges, he gave that scathing review. And 2, publicly stating, I believe like 2 weeks before the election, that they were reopening the investigation. If the FBI is such a partisan hack organization that is only concerned with furthering leftist causes, why did they do those 2 things?
Okay,
And I
if
want
I may...
everyone... Rob, nope.
Notice
you
they didn't
cannot.
charge her.
You
They
cannot.
charged Trump.
Bill, I want everybody to absorb the information into their bodies. I want them to meditate deeply on what Rob and Destiny have said. I want them to internalize them and digest them while we listen to other people make points. So we're going to go Dylan and then Brianna and then Turk. I did see it. You're going to be next on the list, but I'm probably going to let it flow and then I'm going to drag it over to you.
I also want to add one more quick thing to the end of my thing. 8 of the devices they sought were from her tenure from 2009 to 2013. So these cell phones were like fucking years old, okay? God.
Well,
That's
Mike,
not
when you,
years
when
old.
you- when
I
you
have
say
objections.
you have a question that will dismantle everything, and then I'm not allowed to answer it. Okay, we'll get to it in 5 people later. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Dylan, go ahead.
So I was mulling over this idea of like classification of the president saying alakabam, you can look at my nuclear documents now. And I was thinking about this process that Trump went through. The first hurdle I'm thinking of, if he knew he had this power and he believed he had this power and everybody around him believed he had this power, why did he go through a process of declassification at the end of his presidency with the office of the president? Second point I would have to make is, why did he say things like this according to one of his lawyers? This was in the indictment as well. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes. Well, what happens if we just don't respond at all? Or don't play ball with them? Wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? Well, isn't it better if there are no documents? If he knew that he had this power as president, just go alakabam and declassify all these documents, why did he hide them?
We've done that circle, so I just kind of want to
Personal
let
property?
that. I want to let that question marinate in the ether, so to speak, and I want Brianna to share her insights with us.
Yeah, so Destiny, you said something a bit earlier where you said you weren't really sold on this idea that we need to overhaul classified intelligence systems. You know, I didn't understand this until I read Richard Stengel's book. He served as undersecretary of state under Kerry, and he was talking about his like light bulb moment where he realized why Hillary Clinton had set up her own email server. It was when he went to the State Department and started using the computer systems there, which are like secure, but they are from the 1990s, and they're ultra slow. They're hard to search through. You know, they're very non-responsive. And what he found is because of the culture of the State Department requires you to like email people back very quickly and be responsive. You know, that forwarding stuff to the equivalent of a Gmail account was a very, very common practice. And in fact, this is a common practice across many government agencies. If you look at those pictures of like Trump at Mar-a-Lago with all these different boxes there piled to the ceiling, anyone that's ever worked with any kind of law firm knows they have a really, really secure check-in, check-out service to like have classified documents, you know, make sure client secrecy is kept. So there is a problem across the government where we have this agency that was set up in the 50s to classify intelligence. And as things have scaled, as we're producing so much more paper and records and things like ever before, we've not really like funded this agency to keep it up with it. So I believe that there is a big problem across government, people trying to do the right thing, trying to do their jobs, trying to respond to emails, but because we've not invested in this very core infrastructure, it's made it much more difficult to do. And I just want to make one like overarching point, and this is sincere, it's very genuine. It's really hard to sit here and listen to this, not in the sense I begrudge my right-wing friends, like your opinions, but you don't seem to believe in any part of the country. Like, you think the FBI is corrupt, you think all these officials are out to get you, you think we need to like short circuit due process in the court system and go straight to the Supreme Court. Like, there's no faith you have that people in the government are trying to do the right thing.
Read the Durham report.
And my experience, because I have worked with the FBI on multiple things, my experience is you have hardworking professionals that are understaffed, under-resourced, they love this country, they can make more money in the private sector, and they're doing this because they really believe in the country. And I think it's really sad that like there's no point of view on this panel that like treats them and believes they are the professionals that they are. I think generally speaking they are.
Waco, Ruby Ridge, great examples.
So Turk, all right, Turk. If you're quick, just because we've had kind of the sharing of the thoughts and the ideas. What I'm curious about, just to kind of move the conversation just a smidge. Rob asked Brianna at the end of that perspective, have you read Durham? And I feel like Durham is a place where you could point to a double standard, so I would like y'all to engage on that. But before we do that, Turk, if you want to share our thoughts, and then I would like to hear Rob and Brianna engage on Durham.
Yeah, so this goes back to Brianna. I really think the other issue where it comes to, if we were going to say that the federal bureaucracies that are in place, particularly with the FBI in this specific instance, why was the Miami field office not the one that was in charge of executing and organizing the raid on Mar-a-Lago? And it was in fact placed by the DC field office. That goes completely past standard normal operating procedures within the FBI when doing field work. Can you respond to that? Because that's violating the standard norm that we're supposed to trust and verify and believe everything's working well.
In my experience working with the FBI, anything that tends to be a national security issue, the national state of this was very quick to get in. I'll give you a very good example. When I was running for office, let me finish what I'm saying, because it does answer. I
kind of want to hear the story.
When I was running for office, I had really good reason to believe that Russia had hacked my Gmail. There was very strong evidence of that. I did report that to my local FBI field office. It was the national FBI that got back to me very quickly. Exact same thing with Gamergate when I was working with them during Gamergate. So it would be my guess that anything that's kind of high profile politically, that the uppers like step in and kind of pass it to the most senior people there because there are political implications.
So then why is it now being prosecuted and placed in the Miami federal courts as opposed to being in the DC federal courts?
Because isn't that because you need standing in a state where a crime is being committed? Isn't that generally like an important part of like?
Why wasn't the grand jury?
It's not.
That did
it's
all
not
of this?
following
Why wasn't
standard
it in
operating
Florida?
procedures.
Wait, hold on. The grand jury was in Florida. That's my understanding, right?
No, there was a grand jury in Florida, but when all of the violation of attorney-client privilege and all of the motions about what they were allowed to get from the attorneys and what sort of documents they were allowed to subpoena, all of that occurred in D.C. with a D.C. favorable left-wing jury pool, and then they just said, oh, Florida grand jury, here's everything we found, read it. But the Florida grand jury had no say in, and that judge had no say in the violation of attorney-client privilege and all of the sort of investigative tools that the FBI was able to use.
I'm not going to be able to answer every single question, but if your answer to every single question is going to be, well, this is evidence of corruption, except for when they did this, like, if they're so corrupt, then why did they go to Miami grand jury at all? Why didn't they just do everything in D.C., Rob?
Because
yeah, but like, why couldn't they have said like, well, it's a federal crime and these documents were taken from D.C., so we're gonna charge it in D.C. They probably could have argued for it. So, and if also remember, Rob, it's your argument that they're all so corrupt that they like, if the whole FBI is bought and sold, why wouldn't they just make the argument in front of all the corrupt courts and all the corrupt DOJ and all the corrupt FBI to do this?
Okay, so I'll get to Brianna in a second, which way Connor wanted, but I'll answer your question that was going to solve everything.
Okay, you have no answer. It's always like selective, yeah.
Real quick, these phones were going to solve everything. Just because the phones were years old, the FBI clearly thought that these phones were material that they wanted to see, and instead of subpoenaing it, they just asked. This was after the FBI knew that the evidence had been deleted that was subpoenaed. So the FBI, if they're really concerned about stopping potential obstruction, at that point would be like, screw that, we're not asking anymore.
Wait, but obstruction is obstruction. If you ask me for something and I destroy it, I'm pretty sure that's obstruction just as much as if you subpoena me and I destroy it. If they ask them and they say it doesn't...
These phones were from 2009 to 2014 for an investigation that went from 2016 to 2018, so still very much well within the line. So I'm sorry, unless we all get a burner phone every 6 months.
Remember, it's not about your feelings, it's about criminal charges. You have to prove that they were destroyed with the intent to obstruct what, future crimes?
I don't have to prove that. I'm not saying that. In fact, that these phones were destroyed before the subpoena. That's not the argument I'm making, Destiny.
Then what is the argument you're making?
The argument I'm making is, you're the FBI, right? Why did the FBI raid Mar-a-Lago?
The FBI raided Mar-a-Lago because they waited for months and months. It was over a year of fighting with Trump to get these documents back and he didn't respond. So
Trump shafted Merrick Garland out of the Supreme Court seat. That's actually why, if you want to get out of the brass tacks.
Do you think that they were trying to obstruct? That's a big deal, that Trump was trying to obstruct, right?
Wait, why do you think I think Trump was trying to obstruct?
Because what's in the indictment.
Correct.
Okay, so if the argument is that the FBI has to up their intensity if they feel that there's an attempted obstruction through an ongoing investigation, which is a serious crime itself, then they have to take more aggressive steps. They're done
No, wait, hold on. The FBI didn't raid because of obstruction. The FBI raided because there were documents that they needed to get back that were classified that was out of government control.
In other words, they thought that Trump was obstructing the process of giving back those documents by withholding
doesn't matter.
documents.
No, it doesn't matter if they thought he was obstructing or not. The reality was there were documents there, and the FBI
they thought he was obstructing or not. Because if they didn't think that he was, then why the fuck would they bother raiding his fucking house?
Because there were documents where they were getting turned back in. They were getting turned in.
Right. They thought.
That's something for the Supreme Court to decide, man. Not Merrick Garland, who got shafted out of a seat, who's got sour grapes over it.
It could be. We could hypothesize a world where they just didn't know, they were being lazy, they didn't fucking check anything, and eventually FBI raids to go get it back. That's not necessarily obstruction. That's just them being lazy and stupid. Now, in this case...
The term obstruction, the way I'm using it here, I don't mean the legal definition, I mean they
Then don't say obstruction. I don't know what you're talking about then. Don't say obstruction.
Because it is obstruction, but you're being obtuse. So
no, I'm talking about there's a criminal charge of obstruction.
We're not going to use legal terms in this legal discussion.
Right.
Yeah, right, just real quick, one of the criminal charges of the time is obstruction of justice. So if you say obstruction, I'm going to assume you're talking about it, but go ahead.
Like destroying subpoenaed evidence, that sort of obstruction. But yes, what I'm saying is that the FBI, we're told that they had to take this unprecedented step of raiding a former president's home because they wanted documents back and they weren't getting them. They were worried they weren't going to get them back, right?
Yes,
now with
correct.
the Hillary side, they also were worried they weren't going to get them back. You know how I know they were worried? Because they knew they were deleted. So at that point, you would stop asking. You would say, we're going to have some subpoenas. But for some reason, they did the opposite, and you still can't answer the question.
Can I tangle with that before you gish gallo? Can I just tangle with that point before you gish gallo? Okay, hold on. The problem with Hillary...
If everyone's just corrupt and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, because you just like to... I know the
people of exactly what you
doing
do.
This.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, one point at a time, okay? You're saying... Okay, let me just try to get my mind around this. You're saying that they raided Trump's house to try to get documents back but they didn't need to raid Hillary's email server. The Hillary's email server and the crimes and the issue we're looking at there are fundamentally different than why the FBI raided Trump's house. The FBI raided Trump's house to get classified material back. I don't know if you know how email works, but you can't take the emails back. Raiding Hillary's place and taking the emails back doesn't work. Once an email is sent, it's gone.
You don't know how an email server works.
Please don't try. Okay, when they're investigating Hillary Clinton, when they're investigating Hillary Clinton, you cannot. I don't care what kind of email server you have, you cannot unsend the email. Stop. Okay.
There's a physical copy on the hard drive of the document being sent from that machine.
That's fine, but they weren't raiding Hillary's place to try to get back physical copies on a hard drive. What they were looking for was they were looking for the crime of whether or not she intentionally, because that's what you need. You need the intent.
She intentionally created a server that could potentially hold these types of documents, then knowingly had them erased, or someone under her effect had them erased.
Okay, if you want to...
Anybody that's ever been charged with possession with intent to distribute is like, what the fuck, they don't need it, what the fuck is this bullshit?
The problem is you guys are like, you're mixing up your personal feelings about some things with like the legal statutes. There is nothing against the law about creating a personal email server and doing work out of that, even if you work for the government. Nothing about that is illegal. So
there is when you're holding classified documents like this.
When you say there is when you're doing this, you're agreeing with me in more words, okay? There's nothing illegal about it. It's like me saying, it's like me saying,
come on, we got places to be.
It's like
he's getting there.
Okay, it's like saying there's nothing illegal about owning a gun, and me going, oh, it is illegal to own a gun if you kill somebody with it. Yes. Okay, so you're agreeing with me. There's nothing illegal about having it.
Actually not true.
I can't. Oh shit! I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Once you do the killing or having the documents, you violate the rule.
Setting up the email server has nothing to do with.
TV is correct.
Setting up.
True, just got said. You have to be charged and prosecuted before it becomes illegal.
Setting up an email server has.
It's a fucking justice system after all.
Oh my god! Alright, I don't even know.
I want to hear what he says.
Well done, CTV.
Everybody.
I'm not even sure what the original point was. Apparently, having email servers is illegal.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I can summarize it.
Thanks.
And also, Dylan has been patiently waiting. I do see Dylan, so we're going to give the Dylan in a second. However, I kind of want to summarize the scenario because I feel like we escaped the orbit of Hillary Clinton's email server for about 20 minutes, and then now we're back again. What we're really talking about is it seems like conservatives believe that there are rules for thee, but not for me. And that if you're hold on, let me articulate this fully, and then I promise I'll let you guys do it. It seems like the conservative side of the panel are saying there's rules for thee, but not for me. That Biden and Hillary Clinton have done several things that the FBI did not investigate aggressively, even though there were some shady things going on, like the smashing of the cell phones, or for pretending that, I'm saying pretending based off my perspective, but bleaching of the server was literally physically wiping it down with cleaning product, that kind of thing. That all seems like shady bullshit to me, right? But
I don't know. I claim my judgment.
But hold on. If I was to articulate the progressive side, it's that Biden and Hillary Clinton seem to have tried to, in some circumstances, cooperate with the investigations. Whereas, based off of the indictment, we are seeing that Trump did not wish to cooperate with the people who were trying to recover the files. And so there's a material difference there. That is what I have taken away from the past 30 minutes or so. Now, Rob, I do see you. You're a beautiful rhetorician. I can't wait to hear from you. But Dylan has more beautiful hair, and so we're going to let him go first. Dylan, lead us into the fray, and then we're going to open it back up.
Luxurious head of hair.
Yeah, I just want to think about this for a second. So, I don't know the moral intent behind everybody working at the FBI, but James Comey, 10 days before the 2016 election, reopened the probe into Hillary Clinton's email. Now, I don't know if you think it had an impact on the election. Hillary thinks it had an impact on the election. A lot of Democrats think it had an impact on the election. If the FBI is so corrupt towards Democrats, why would James Comey reopen a probe into her emails 10 days before a major election that had extremely close election results? Not to mention the fact in his 2018 book, which he released 2 years after the decision, he said that it may have been influenced by unconsciously, he says unconsciously, I don't know what he means by that, but I mean, I'll take him at his word, unconsciously impacted by the fact that she could have been the next president of the United States. If the FBI is so unbelievably corrupt, Why would they do that? Which obviously hurt Hillary in the 2016 election.
Answer this
Rob,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
It's brought up quite a bit. So the reason is in the IG report. The reason is because Comey and them were trying to cover up the Anthony Weiner laptop. They sat on that. It's in the IG report, so I don't know. Do you want me to read it word for word? Do you want me to, Destiny? You're laughing. Do you want me to read it?
I would read it.
I read a funny joke. I'm sorry.
So the reporting FBI agent's name was Sweeney, and I believe it was on September 28th they found out that there were all of these hundreds of thousands of emails, including from Hillary Clinton's server, an email chain on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Sweeney reported this to Peter Strzok and also to James Comey around September 28th or 29th. The entire reason that we're told in the IG report that the FBI didn't get subpoenas, they weren't that like they let all this shit go. They had to give out immunity deals was because they were in a hurry. And so Sweeney was like, well, listen, if we're in such a hurry, why has it been a month and no one's looking at these emails from the FBI? So Sweeney blew the whistle and went to the outside the FBI because he kept getting in touch with the FBI saying, why aren't you doing something about this? And so he went to the Southern District of New York, and then the Southern District of New York contacted Comey. Comey then had to announce that he was reopening the investigation because, as he said in the book, as Dylan gives you part of the story, he did think it could have been implicitly influenced by the fact that he thought Hillary was going to win. In fact, I believe he said at one point, or the FBI was saying she would win 1,000,000 to 1 or something like that. And he said he was afraid it would be an albatross around her neck in her first term, that the FBI is accused of holding back this information. So he announced the reopening, then magically was able to go through 500,000 emails in 3 days and say, okay, it's good, there's nothing to see here. That's why they waited, Dylan. That's why they announced, because they were corrupt and trying to bury it until the end of the election.
Why didn't they just bury it and
wait,
not
to
say
be clear.
anything?
To be clear, wait, let's respond to me. So to be clear, the theory is that they waited until 10 days before the election to announce a groundbreaking story of another probe into Hillary Clinton's emails, only to shut it 3 days later to help her.
Yes.
Okay, that's stupid. I don't even know what else to say to that.
Right. So you disagree with the IG report? That's what you're saying? So the IG report concluded that the reasoning that Comey and the FBI gave, which was, well, we thought that we had to bide our time because of this, was counterintuitive to everything else they were saying. What I'm telling you, Dylan, is they got caught with their fucking hand in the cookie jar. They tried to bury this story because
Why
they
didn't
knew
they bury it then? They didn't bury it. They announced another probe.
Whistleblower, Dylan, that went outside the FBI, and they were afraid that had Hillary won and that whistleblower then spoke up and said, listen, James Comey and the FBI refused to look at this before the election. They did not. They claimed that they had to announce that Hillary was innocent before the election.
How was the FBI? The FBI
they intentionally sat on this evidence.
One random whistleblower was able to take out Hillary Clinton? Hold on, so you're telling me that whistleblowers aren't killed, whistleblowers aren't hidden, whistleblowers... So whistleblowers aren't hunted down in the United States relentlessly by our intelligence agencies. A single whistleblower can literally influence the entire course of an election? Why couldn't they shut this down in federal courts? Why couldn't they tie this up with legislation? Why couldn't they have arrested the guy or kicked him out of the country or gone full fucking Edward Snowden or like there's a million or WikiLeaks or
the idea that a whistleblower couldn't swing an election, I'm sorry, is just kind of a lack of imagination.
Can I respond here? So I think it's interesting that Dylan and Destiny aren't like, oh shit, the IG said that they didn't believe the FBI and the FBI was intentionally sitting on this evidence, but they're more concerned with, well, just because this whistleblower went to the Southern District of New York, they could have been more corrupt. They could have been more corrupt and did more. Again, Comey, the FBI, Hillary, the Democratic media, etc., all thought that Hillary had it in the bag. What they didn't want was her to be hampered, as Comey said in his book, because there would be a legitimate claim from a whistleblower saying, I repeatedly went to the FBI brass, I went to the Southern District of New York saying, why are you covering up this evidence? And they refused to acknowledge it until after the election, therefore the election's illegitimate, which would have sprung probably an impeachment if Hillary would have been elected and Republicans would have took the House, and James Comey didn't want that. Anyone honestly trying to argue that James Comey and the FBI were actually in the bag for Donald Trump, that's why and we were going to get to the Durham report, right? The Durham report is quite clear that the FBI intentionally went after Donald Trump not having any evidence to justify doing so. They actually used the word of a suspected Russian spy to accuse
Hold on,
Trump
can we stay on one thing at a time
Russian
instead of,
spies.
he just pivoted to like a whole other fucking topic.
To be fair, we were talking like we
didn't get to the Durham report yet. He's just pivoting. It's like this whole thing is like from pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot. Okay.
Exactly.
The reality is,
hold on.
We're
No, and Brianna, I want to hear you address this very specifically. So probably about 15 minutes ago, we tangentially got to the FBI, and the Durham report. And if I was going to like meta-analyze this conversation, I would be summarizing the exact same thing again, which is basically conservatives are saying there's a double standard when it comes to investigation and prosecution, and the progressives are saying the investigations and prosecutions make sense, and on top of that, there's contradictory variables that show that there is not a double standard. So how do you deal with these variables? And we disagree on whether or not these variables are pertinent. So if I was to steelman the conservatives, I would basically say 10 days before a fucking election it's a little late. It's a little late in the game. A lot of people have made up their minds. So, but I don't want to inject my opinion too much. Brianna, please share your thoughts.
So I just want us to note here, we are 1 hour and 20 minutes into this, and we have spent 80 minutes dealing with the torrent of conservative rage and like a tangent of conspiracy theories here, y'all. This is why it's so hard to have any kind of discussion as a country. Because, like, I'm sorry, I don't watch Fox News or Newsmax or all of this. I read the New York Times, I read the Washington Post, I read the LA Times. I'm not up to date on the latest, like, storylines.
And shut up and listen.
Up here. So, it is so hard to, like, have any kind of discussion here. Because this is what we're talking about, Trump. And it's just like, it goes into Hillary Clinton. It's like y'all are looping. Is there any point tonight where we are going to be able to actually talk about the matter at hand, which is Donald Trump, and not like relitigate this like shitstorm of bullshit that we've dealt with, y'all, for like World War II soldiers that are like still fighting the battle like 50 years later. Hillary Clinton was 2016. She's not doing anything in the party. Most of the left doesn't even like her nowadays. Like, if you want to talk about something more relevant and recent, look at the treatment of Hunter Biden. I think this is very instructive.
Threw a gun behind
I think this is very instructive of the integrity that the Biden Justice Department has shown. At its best, there should be a separation between what the Justice Department is doing and what, like, the president may or may not want. He has been remarkably hands-off with this, and I think there's a wider sentiment on the left where if Hunter Biden goes to jail for tax evasion or any of this stuff, I don't give a shit. I don't know anyone to give a shit on the left. We want justice to be done. So it's really hard as a country to move forward when we've got one side of the country that wants to believe any charges against that guy, oh, it's rigged, it's the FBI, it's this, it's that. You know, it's like all these alternate storylines have nothing to do with the matter at hand. We're talking about Donald Trump.
Okay, now I'm not surprised, seeing as how you watched the New York Times that you haven't heard of the Durham report, because they chose not to cover it.
I didn't say I hadn't heard of the Durham report.
You didn't have to watch Newsmax or Fox News to read the report yourself. And it's always the same argument that you hear from these people that cheer for this corruption and double standard. Oh, that's in the past. Oh, okay, we were wrong about that. That was in the past. Isn't it time to move forward and ignore the double standard? The problem with your line of thinking is, I don't give a shit about Donald Trump. I don't give a shit about Hillary Clinton. What I give a shit and think's more of a threat to our country is if we have major institutions, including the most powerful law enforcement agency in the history of the world, that is putting their thumb on the scale and is setting out, just like Chuck Schumer said, and is going to say, if you challenge us, we will take you down. And it's having investigations at the same time against Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And the investigation into Hillary, they gave everyone immunity. And the investigation into Trump, they did the exact opposite. Went after people for the exact same crimes that we know the Hillary people went with, charged the low-level people, tried to get them to flip on the higher people, etc. The Durham report outlines just how corrupt this was. And instead, you would think as someone who worked at the FBI or worked for them, instead of just saying they're all great people, you would actually read that report and see that corruption and say, my God, these are things that need to be fixed. You and Destiny.
How many charges came out of the Durham report, Rob? Wait, Rob, all the corruption. How many charges came out of the Durham report?
The reason for that, Durham.
Wait, hold on, let him answer that. Let him answer that. I want to hear that.
If the people at the top of the FBI are corrupt, it doesn't matter what he recommends. What we found out from the Durham report is there's people within the FBI that place their loyalty to their politics above their loyalty to this nation. That is true treason.
Keep grandstanding. So the question was, how many if there's so much, if the Durham report, which I don't even know why you're trusting this, by the way, because apparently all of our institutions are corrupt except for when they're showing corruption in our institutions, but whatever, I'll grant you that. How many charges came out of the Durham report?
None.
Actually, there was
a
guilty plea.
Yeah,
there was
wait. There were three. There were hold on, stop.
Conviction.
There were one conviction. There was 2 charges. The other 2 died in court almost immediately. Okay. There was 1 conviction. If there was all this corruption, then where are all the charges? Because
I just told you why.
I'm not. Okay.
It's like there's no inputs.
No,
it's like I just told you why.
Here's the problem with your story. Okay, is that if you go into these institutions and what you imagine is most of them are decent people trying to do their best. Some of them are undoubtedly politically biased, and that's absolutely something that can happen from the top to the bottom. For the most part, and the Durham report basically said the same thing, that people are trying to do their best, but sometimes they may be a little bit misguided. They might ignore some things because they've got a certain political bias. Okay? That is
actually, the conclusion of the Durham report said
that is a
people in the FBI are not willing to withhold up to fidelity, bravery, and integrity. Doesn't matter what I recommend.
Based. Nice job. That is a far cry from the institution is corrupted and rotted from the ground up. Okay.
Right.
And that's the reason why. That's the reason.
Okay, listen. You know, Rob, I know you don't like me interrupting so much, but you are a passionate fellow who occupies a healthy chunk of time. So the Mr. Turk has been patiently waiting with a very sad look on his face, like the dog from Futurama. So I'm gonna let him go.
No, I was gonna just provide some comic relief and say, Brianna, I'm glad we agree on the Hunter Biden thing. I 100% agree he should be prosecuted on federal firearms charges for lying on a federal firearm purchase order, as well as for disposing of a firearm within a gun-free zone behind a school. I think we should definitely prosecute him and put him into federal prison for that.
Let him have his day in court. I have no issue with that. I don't know.
So why are we not doing that then?
Has anybody ever been? Has anybody ever been prosecuted because of a video of a gun? How many years old was this?
Holy shit!
It was not that long ago.
Well, it wasn't just a video. He left a gun. First up, he attempted to buy a gun when he was a felon.
Why are you doing a whole story, Rob? Holy shit! Yeah, see, like it's a very.
Hold on. No, pause. Everybody pause. Everybody shut the
question.
Shut the fuck up. All right, everybody shut up. Listen, I appreciate that we're going on circles. We only have to do this with each other for another 33 minutes, and at the end of that 33 minutes, I would like it if Destiny and Brianna hung out in the after, like, post-panel or whatever, because I have contentions with some of what you've said. But the major contention here is whether or not there's a double standard when it comes to prosecution and, like, you know, basically moving forward with evidence when it comes to Trump versus other political institutionalist families. And so I think it's a perfectly fair question of if somebody commits a felony and they're related to the most powerful person on the planet right now, why is that prosecution not moving forward abruptly? That is a fair question. And if you guys, I'm injecting my own opinion here, but if you guys say, oh, it was 5 years ago, that's kind of pointing to what Rob was saying earlier, where basically it's like, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal, and if it is a big deal, don't worry about it. It was 5 years ago. But then we just keep moving the bar over and over again.
Fucking cop?
Yeah?
Do you know what statute of limitations is? It's not a matter. Again, this is why these conversations are frustrating. It should only be lawyers and cops or whatever arguing these things. You guys want to bring in your feelings. The question is, what is the criminal statute? If there's a statute of limitation,
We'll open it back up. I will have this conversation with you in 32 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to open it back
I'll respond.
If there's a statute of limitation on something, or if cops don't normally prosecute material like this, like, I don't know if a video shows up, if a guy's a gun, I don't know if police officers or if DAs typically take those cases, because I don't know how hard those are to prove in terms of, like, did this actually happen? Do you have any material evidence? We've got a video. Was it real? Because with those cases in court might be literally unwinnable. I don't know. Now, you can call it bias, but the reality is, and if you're a cop, you know this, what is it? Like, it less than half of all fucking homicides even get solved in the United States, let alone any other fucking type of crime. So I don't know if a video like that actually performs well in court. I don't know the answer to that.
I actually have the law right here. For non-capital crimes related to gun possession or importation, 18 U.S.C. 3282 asserts a statute of limitations of 60 months, that is 5 years. However, capital crimes and violent offenses that were committed using a firearm may be prosecuted beyond this time.
So, and here's the other thing, right?
Wait, what violent?
Judge you talk to in that
What?
instance.
Wait, what violent crime did he
No,
commit?
capital crime or violent crime. So that's
Disposing of a firearm in a gun-free zone.
If I may, right? So this is another thing you see. Two things that I want to talk about that's going on here. One, you're operating, Brianna, at a different level than me. You're operating in a partisan way. You're saying, oh, it's okay, take Hunter as long as they get Trump. I'm operating saying, I don't give a shit about Hunter Biden. I don't give a shit about Trump. I don't give a shit about Joe Biden. I don't give a shit about Hillary Clinton. I give a shit if the investigative body is corrupt or if they're engaged in a double standard. That is a bigger threat to our country. And you're like, yeah. Okay, if you think they should have charged Hunter Biden and that's something he should have had his day in court, why aren't you outraged that he didn't? And the other thing I'll say is when we're talking about the statute of limitations, it just so happened this indictment of Trump broke on a day when a whistleblower is talking about that the FBI has been sitting on evidence that Joe Biden himself was paid $5 billion by the founder of Burisma that he was saying was a Russian oligarch.
$5 billion.
Okay. $5 million, right, was paid $5 million. So what happens is, and the FBI fought tooth and nail, almost had to have a contempt of court charge because they refused to hand over documents and said that there's an ongoing investigation into Hunter Biden. So this is what happens. The FBI sits on this evidence forever, and then people like Destiny go, it was so long ago. Why should we charge that? It happened forever ago. The point is this, that there is a clear double standard in the veracity they go after these people. I go back to just talking about like the Hillary Clinton email in the sense of why did they decide to raid Mar-a-Lago but not? Let me make this as simple as possible. Allegedly, they raided Mar-a-Lago because they were afraid they weren't going to get back the material that they asked for. In Hillary Clinton's case, they knew they weren't going to get the material they asked for because some of it had been deleted. In both cases, they asked politely, can you send us the material? In both cases, they were worried we're not going to get it back. They chose to raid Trump. They chose to violate attorney-client privilege. They chose to subpoena text messages, phones, and with Hillary's team, it was the exact opposite. That is literally the case in every single investigation that's occurred with Trump's team versus Hillary's team or versus Joe Biden or versus people like McCabe, Comey, etc. For example, if you would humor me this, we know that FARA violation, I don't care about the gun thing with Hunter Biden, right? I'm more interested in the FARA violation. We know that he was getting paid by our foreign adversaries, in his words, the Chinese spy master, or the spy master of China, and that he was lobbying to the United States. He didn't register as a foreign lobbyist. Now, they charged Paul Manafort for doing that in 2013. Manafort was doing that with, drumroll please, the Podesta Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. With Manafort, they charged him. With Podesta, they allowed him to retroactively sign paperwork. Hillary's team had campaign finance violations in the form of they lied about the campaign finance of paying for the Steele dossier. They were allowed to get a fine.
I like how every Rob brand is like a greatest hits. Are we gonna bring up like Uranium 1 too, or?
I'll tell you what. Let me just say this. What happens is I show evidence after evidence of the double standard, and Destiny and Dylan and Brianna just go, it's all conspiracy theory, but they can't rebut one of them. Go ahead, pick one and rebut. Go ahead,
It's none of this is evidence of anything. All you're saying is that like they raided Mar-a-Lago, but they didn't raid Hillary Clinton cooperated in the investigation. They didn't need to raid. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They didn't need to subpoena evidence because she was cooperating the entire time. They didn't need to subpoena anything.
Is deleting subpoenaed evidence a crime?
The fact that they even knew it was deleted was because of the cooperation. It's not like they were trying to hide shit, and that's why there was no. That's why there was no evidence. That's why there was no evidence.
Not before it's subpoenaed.
There was no evidence that the deletion. There was no evidence that there was no evidence that Hillary Clinton ordered the deletion. You admitted it yourself. So that line of inquiry is dead. The FBI themselves said that there was no evidence. You agree that there's no evidence. So I don't know why you're still asking the fucking question. There were classified documents. Oh, I'm not allowed to respond. You asked me to respond. I'm not allowed to respond. Okay, so there was no evidence of that. Now, why did they raid Mar-a-Lago? Because classified documents were held in an area where people with unsecure access were able to come in. Donald Trump was showing these things to people, and Donald Trump was not cooperating. That's why a raid was necessary.
How did they know that Trump was showing those things?
I don't know. Apparently, they were getting testimony from people claiming as much.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? You can see the willful ignorance because the FBI engages in this double standard and who to investigate. And this has always been the case with Trump. It's why they're going after him with the bullshit Stormy Daniels thing. It's why they did the bullshit Russiagate investigation. The argument is this.
Wait, what does Stormy Daniels have to do with the FBI? Wait, what?
I promise, I'll keep this.
That's New York State, right? So New York State is corrupt too. Everybody's corrupt here.
Can I ask a question to the panel real quick? Would you think this is a fair statement that if we rated every lawyer for every major politician in Washington and cooked open all their books, that 90% of them would have committed some crime?
Committed some crime is a far cry from intentionally showing intentionally
one thing that might destroy the nation.
Intentionally showing classified material to people that aren't supposed to see it. Well, some crime, what? That they have unpaid speeding tickets? That somebody might be driving on a suspended license? Yeah, sure, probably. But that's not what we're upset about Trump for.
How about that? How about more serious crimes like campaign finance or insider trading and things like that?
That they're knowingly violating it to the level Trump is? No, I don't think so. No.
It doesn't matter to the level, because the point I'm making is this, right? The reason that we don't have this evidence for Hillary Clinton and other people that you keep talking about is because, and the reason we have evidence to Trump is because the initial decision in how the FBI decides to approach this, and I always knew, I assumed that a billionaire like Trump committed some sort of serious fucking financial crime, if nothing else. And so if your argument is,
stop lying, dude,
let me finish. Please let me finish. And so if the argument is that we're allowed to say, there's the man, we don't like him, let's make fraudulent excuses to investigate him, double standards to investigate them, and then eventually we'll find something and say, see, look how bad that is. And then when it comes to the other side that are doing the same sorts of crimes, we'll say, well, we're not going to investigate. We'll just ask them to voluntarily
Except they did investigate. There were investigations. There were panels. There were fucking Republican House committees. There were Senate committees. There were millions of things. They investigated it out the fucking ass and they found nothing. Also, you keep saying that they were investigating Trump for financial crimes. You keep saying they were investigating Trump for Trump's crimes had nothing to do with his finances at all. I don't know why you bring up the fact that he's a billionaire. That had to do with nothing here had to do with him being a billionaire. It had to do with him lying, cheating. That had to do with him obstructing justice. It had to do with him showing classified materials. With the crimes that he committed, any politician could have committed. It had nothing to do with his money at all.
Okay, hold up. Wait, Rob, hold up. Dylan has been patiently waiting for a few minutes in order to get in, so I want to let Dylan in.
I would say it's about money. It is about money. He's the only person that's up there in their elite class pushing back against them, and then.
Thank you, Dylan.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about the $5 million Joe Biden got while, I don't know, playing poker, whatever he did in Ukraine. The first thing I wanted to ask is, if this is, evidence of a Biden administration cover-up of his horrid corruption, why is it that this tip was originally given to the FBI by Rudy Giuliani during the Trump administration, and his IG, his legal system, his administration did nothing about it because it was unverified?
Did you read the Durham report and see what the FBI, even under Trump, thought of Donald Trump and how they treated him?
So it's corruption during the Trump administration, corruption during the Biden administration, that this unverified, okay, let me finish.
Yes, objectively and measurably.
Okay, KOE, shut the fuck up. This FD 1023. Yeah, I think it might. I think the FD 1023 form, which is containing unverified testimony from a private discussion that happened during the Trump administration, that his FBI had access to, that William Barr had access to, they didn't go after it then. They didn't go after it in the last 5 years. Nothing has been kicked up from it, and it's still unverified. The FBI confirms it's still unverified, and your answer to that is, well, it's just all corruption. But it wasn't the whole point of the Durham. Wait, one last thing. One last thing. Wasn't the whole point of the Durham report that Republicans were angry was that it was a whole investigation into something that was unconfirmed and working off of unverifiable information anyway? The same thing that this 1023 document was?
No, the difference is this. The Durham report was the FBI, what it shows is the FBI never even attempted to confirm the things before they got a FISA warrant to spy on the presidential campaign and then President of the United States. In fact, the entire investigation was on the premise that Trump was colluding to get dirt on Hillary with Russians, and the FBI sought to prove that by taking information that they knew Hillary Clinton paid for that came from a Russian spy, and then using that to spy on Trump.
Where did this document come from? Who did it come from? Who gave it to the FBI?
A whistleblower.
Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, gave the document to the FBI during the Trump administration.
So what? And?
So wait, your problem is it came from a biased source. That's why you're angry about the Durham report and the Russia investigation. But it coming from Rudy Giuliani, Trump's personal lawyer, that can't possibly be a biased source.
It certainly could be biased. I'm not saying that Joe Biden should be arrested on the spot for it. I'm saying that this is something that the FBI has sat on and they even refuse. If it's such a big deal, why did Comer have to threaten Ray with contempt of court to be able to get access to the documents? If it's nothing there, why did Bill Raskin come out and say, "Oh, the FBI closed that down," and Bill Barr came out and said, "That's not true"? Why didn't
Wait,
Ray
do you or
just
do you
say-
not wait? Do you or do you not trust Bill Barr?
No, I don't trust him at all.
Of course not.
Okay,
not
so why
anymore.
are you using his testimony as evidence or truth?
Well, because if he's testifying things
people that
when
you
it
don't
agrees
trust
with
can
him,
say things that are verifiably true.
Ah, gotcha.
That's
Okay,
so
so
insane.
Bill Barr, wait,
Still
to be
right,
clear,
twice back.
we can trust Bill Barr now, but we couldn't trust Bill Barr, Trump's appointee during the Trump administration, to go after this unverified information of Joe Biden.
So this would be like saying you don't trust Fox
Yeah,
News.
actually-
Well, Fox
actually,
News says the GDP
Steve
was
TV
2.3.
I was about to say, we haven't heard from CTV in quite a bit, so if he has something to add, I want to let him add, I promise.
Yeah, no, but I trust you to a certain point, just like you trust me to a certain point, right?
With
What
my
that-
life, yes.
That point, though, right? You didn't get there just because the first time that I showed up on the show, which was like forever ago, right? And you said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to trust that guy all my life," right? No, you built that over time. So whenever you're commenting on whether or not that you can trust an official, if there's verifiable ways to say that they did a thing, or like you're not necessarily trusting that person, you're trusting the information over here, and the person just happens to be the arbiter.
Well, my problem with this specifically is that the allegation was a cover-up, not that this could possibly lead to something. Maybe this unverified document that was given to the FBI by Rudy Giuliani and hasn't been looked in either during the Trump administration or the Biden administration, maybe it could lead to something. Probably not, but maybe it could have. My problem is that there was an allegation of a cover-up while it wasn't covered up there was nothing done about it during the Trump administration, there was nothing done about it by Trump appointees, and there was nothing done about it during the first 3 years of the Biden administration, when again, this is all unverified information. And we have done a lot of crazy things based off unverified information, like invading Iraq. So I would just saying that it's a cover-up before we even know if it's true or not is kind of, I don't know, bogus. Definitely since it happened during Trump administration too.
Two things, real quick. If it turns out that this payment occurred, right, that Joe Biden did get this money, will you admit it was a cover-up?
Well, no, that still wouldn't prove it was a cover-up.
But wait a minute. If this happened, why would Trump's FBI not look into it?
I mean, I because maybe they didn't think there was anything to it, and then maybe more evidence come forward, and there is something to it.
Wait, how do
This
we
happens
even?
all the
How do
time.
we know that they haven't? Hold on. How do we know that they haven't looked into it at all? Do we even know that?
Well, they said that there's a. We don't know, right?
Wait, then why are
They
you
may
saying that
have-
like
So
it's
how is
true?
it a
Why are you
cover-up?
saying that like it's true?
Let
Then?
me explain. Let me
just
explain.
posed the
Right?
question.
What we know is that there are
All of
verifiable
Trump's
facts
laundry's
that
done
suggest.
in the public, and some
Please.
Biden's
What we know
is
is
done in
that
the
there.
public.
What we know is there's verifiable facts that have been deemed worthy of investigation when it comes to Trump, and that we know absolutely happened with Joe Biden. For example, we know Joe Biden gave a quid pro quo. We know that his son was on
Oh
the
my
board
God,
of
the
director
greatest
of a company
hits.
that
It's
they said
all
was
back
corrupt
again.
voter. We know that Hunter
Burisma.
Biden was receiving this money. We know that his business partners shared emails that showed that Hunter Biden was getting paid this money. We know that the We know the business partner said the big guy is Joe Biden. If there is now another source saying it looks like Joe Biden personally got money, and we can see that there were these shell corporations set up, like 13 of them, that was slushing money around the entire Biden family, it seems that this would be worthy of investigation. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Dylan, right? Because if this is true, that it was all nothing, the FBI looked into it, there was nothing to see there, why did Christopher Wray drag his feet and say that he couldn't show this document to Republicans because it was an ongoing investigation?
Look,
Christopher Wray, who, by the way, is Trump's own appointee, right?
I don't give a shit about that. Trump was an idiot appointing people. He also appointed John Bolton.
Wait.
Okay.
It's all corrupt.
If there is
His
evidence
next
to this,
administration, he won't make the same mistake.
Of course.
yeah, no, he would totally won't. He would never make the same mistake again. He doesn't have a record doing that.
Oh, that's going to be like the equivalent of a bull in a china shop. That's going to be the biggest middle finger to the American political establishment in 2024 is casting a ballot for Donald J. Trump. If you got a better one, I'd like to...
The guy appointed Rex Tillerson and John Bolton's going to take on the establishment. I really believe it.
Yeah.
So I
ain't hearing no names. That's what I thought. Crickets. Crickets.
Wait,
crickets.
I don't even know what he said.
He's asking who a better leader would be. I mean, Biden, obviously.
Who would be
Joe Biden.
would actually have a reasonable chance of winning the election? Who would be a bigger middle finger to the American political establishment other than casting your ballot for Donald J. Trump?
Some people actually want to.
Is that how you vote? Wait,
is that how you to the American I'm not saying that's how
is
I'm
that how
voting,
you
but I am
vote?
saying that's how
That's
tens
stupid.
of millions are going to. Like it or not, you don't have to. And it's because the American political establishment at this point, they threw us overboard 40 fucking years ago. So yeah, they might kind of deserve a bull in a china shop.
So if I was to vote for any terrible, horrible, fascistic or anyone politician, that could be a middle finger to the establishment. If I wrote in Big Bird, that would be a middle finger to the establishment. Just because.
Please do, by the way. I don't think you're going to vote for the Republican candidates.
I can't talk to KOE. He has no off switch.
He said one that has a reasonable chance of winning. But let's.
I'm just curious. How upset are you guys going to be when DeSantis wins the nomination? That's what I'm curious about.
I'm probably preferring DeSantis, so I would not be upset at all.
Wasn't I asked a question by CT?
Yeah, Dylan's been trying to get some words in, and he's a polite gentleman. Go ahead.
So, if this is all true, there should be bank statements to back it up. There should be more information once the digging starts, because I assume now, whether or not there's anything to it, people are going to do digging, as happens with anything like this comes to public. And if there's bank documents that can back it up, then they can start to build a case. Now, until there's any verified information that comes forward, this is all unverified allegations that the Trump administration didn't treat seriously, and up to this point, the Biden administration didn't treat seriously. Maybe it was, Trump's appointees weren't serving his best interest, whether it be John Burlington, whether it be Rex Tillerson, whether it be William Barr, or anybody he chooses. We'll just have to wait and see and wait to find out. But as of right now, the claim that Rob made that this was a cover-up, there's just no proof of that.
Well, it's a cover-up in this sense, that the disparate treatment and how we treated these things, there was no evidence whatsoever.
So it's a cover-up in a different sense, not in the way anybody else uses that word. Okay.
Right. Well, I was talking about it in this sense, and that the
the fact that Hunter and Joe have a joint. Just give me 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
The fact that Hunter and Joe have a joint checking account that still hasn't been subpoenaed yet, and actually Hunter Biden admitted this publicly in 2019 that him and President Joe Biden share a joint checking account. So the idea that what Hunter does has no relation to Joe Biden is a bald-faced fucking lie. Take it, Rob.
Wait, who said that?
No, you can look it up for yourself. The audience will find everything.
No, you said it was a lie. Who lied?
Hunter Biden and Joe
Who said
Biden
that? Who are you even responding
a joint
to?
checking account.
He's saying that there are banking statements.
I like
But
how
no, he
you
said
guys
somebody
assume,
lied.
I
Who
like how you
lied?
guys assume that Biden, Hunter and Joe Biden are breaking U.S. law and being the most corrupt motherfuckers in the world with a joint Wells Fargo, with a Wells Fargo joint checking account. That's fucking hilarious. Okay.
That's how you can move the money.
It has nothing to do with just the joint checking account. In fact, if the testimony's true, and we'll have to see that it's the Republicans are talking about that whistleblowers from the FBI are alleging that the FBI sat on this evidence, show that there are shell corporations 13 or 20 different banking accounts that came from the Biden administration. So it's not just that they set up one account. Secondly, that what I'm talking about is, why was it when there was allegations that were never substantiated, that weren't even attempted to substantiate, that we knew came from Russian spies, that we knew were paid for by Hillary Clinton, that the FBI decided to launch one of the biggest investigations they ever have, which the media took and ran for 4 years, accusing Trump of being a puppet for Vladimir Putin, spying on a president for the first time that we know of in history, using a FISA warrant to spy on a president. But then, when we actually have documents that we know that there are verified verifiable smoke there. Unlike with the Trump-Russia shit, there's
Verifiable smoke.
There's not. So we don't know that Hunter Biden was receiving this money and was
there is no verifiable smoke with this 1023 document. There's none.
Please,
no.
let me finish. Is this true? Was Hunter Biden working for a foreign company in Burisma?
Yes.
Was he being paid?
Yes.
Was he lobbying his father to meet with the people in Burisma while they were under investigation?
I don't
yes,
think
but I
there's
don't
any,
think that meeting happened.
Hold on. I don't think
it did happen.
Hold
the
on,
meeting
hold on.
did happen.
Wait. What was the meeting? What was the meeting?
The meeting. Now, let me refresh your memory. This was the meeting.
No.
Said,
yeah.
well, maybe they.
No. Tell me. Don't refresh. Good. Don't be weird. Just tell me the meeting.
I'll start with it and then I'll say what your interpretation. The meeting was that once the assets were frozen of Burisma, their lawyers reached out to the Obama State Department in Biden's office and said, hey, Hunter Biden works here. We'd like to have a meeting. Then when they showed up, they said, the email or the transcript that we have said, hey, we think this is all big misunderstanding. There should be an investigation. We're not corrupt. Hunter Biden works here, by the way. You said, well, for all we know, that meeting was just them saying, this is how you spell Burisma. That's what you said.
Okay, so my understanding that what this meeting, I don't know why you're wasting time going over it. So from what I read, if you have something that's points different, I'd be interested to see it. Was the meeting was literally, I think Biden and a couple other people in D.C. were having lunch, and I think his dad, Joe Biden, stepped in, saw one of the guys who worked for Burisma, shook his hand, and left. I don't think there was any.
That's not what we're talking
and
about.
Why did he have to lie about it if that's all it was?
Probably because he didn't remember meeting him.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking specifically about Biden's team meeting with lawyers for Burisma that were under criminal investigation that the Obama and
Wait, is it Biden now or Biden's team?
I don't know if Biden was at the meeting. I think.
Oh, then get me the fuck out of here! Jesus Christ, Rob! Oh my fucking God!
I'm
sorry. I thought we were talking about Joe Biden. Now you're changing it to somebody on Biden's team potentially.
We're talking about did Hunter Biden lobby for a foreign company? Okay. Yes or no? That's what we're talking about. Destiny, answer.
There's no proof of that. I don't believe there's any proof of that.
You don't believe that that's proof?
I don't believe there's any proof of that.
Well, I guess the emails disagree. That he was talking to his father, was talking to people. We actually have emails.
Maybe if we just need one more Republican committee to investigate. One more, we'll find it. Just one more.
There we go. If no one was charged, nothing could have happened. So we know Dylan already admitted that he was lobbying. Okay, that's a crime that we could prove. A crime that was serious enough to go after Trump's campaign manager. So why aren't we going after Joe Biden's son?
We just need one more Republican committee, one more special counsel, one more we'll find it. One more we'll get it. I know on the next one we'll do it.
Can see this. Destiny can't keep up on any of the facts of these double standards. So he just constantly says it's all conspiracy theory. Oh, it's all bullshit, and just if no one got arrested, that's all he could do. Every single person you debate on this, that's all they could do.
We're not going to talk about anything else because that was the end of the 2 hours. So
fuck you.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna do outros. We're ending it approximately 10 minutes early, but that's so everybody can have time in order to shout themselves out, say their final thoughts on what they believed, etc., etc. Then what we do, which I would appreciate, taking the temperature down by, I said we were at 100, we need to get down to 98.6. I want to be at like a solid 62 degrees, the way my wife likes to keep the air conditioning in my house. So just like frigid, put on a blanket, get some hot cocoa, and we can just walk through this instead of yelling at each other.
How do you even have time to stream counterpoints? I don't understand, because if you're 62 degrees in your house in Central Florida, bro, you gotta have like a couple extra generators. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Basically, my power bill is insane. But anyways, the point being, we're gonna take the temperature way down. We're gonna try to walk through perspectives, etc., rather than the panel meta. So we're gonna that's where we're going next. If you have some place to be, shout yourself out, disconnect, no hard feelings. We were only really committing to the 2 hours of the show. Anybody who wants to dip can dip. Anybody who wants to stay can stay. So, I think I'm gonna go. Actually, you know what? Just because I think Destiny and Rob did the most passionate parts of it, I'm gonna let them go last. But I'm gonna go with reverse order besides that. So, Turk, please share your thoughts with us and where people can find it.
Yeah, so again, I think Destiny completely misrepresented my points from the beginning of this entire discussion. I do think that the stuff that's being held against Trump is completely bad for him, and I think he probably will have a really hard case to defend against, because he likely did what Dylan was saying was true and not CTV's alternate reality of story, he was showing classified documents that he wasn't allowed to have and hadn't declassified. So depending on the different statutes in the Espionage Act and all the other things, he likely will be prosecuted, and depending on if the jury finds him guilty, he's going to be in a hard state. Because any other conclusion than that is a lot of code. Sorry, KOE and Rob, but like going through that indictment is pretty rough. So what I wanted to talk about more was how the actual process goes through and what the world looks like after we've prosecuted a former president, and like what are we going to do as Republicans go forward. But anyway, we can talk about that later. I'm Turk. I stream science and tech. I do PC hardware, computer, Steam Deck stuff here on YouTube, and I love doing it. So if y'all like that kind of stuff, follow me over on YouTube at the Turk. And then Destiny, like email servers. Once you have an email that like resides on the server, you are actively holding classified information, and you have to comply with DoD stuff. Come on.
All right, Phil.
Well, thank you, sir, for having me on this evening. It was quite unexpected. It was fun with all you beautiful people. But to be frank, at the beginning of this particular topic, I said, if you want me to even entertain, or you want any serious thinker to entertain the idea that Trump broke any laws, you need to prove the idea that either the president does not have the power of executive order, or the president is not the commander-in-chief. No one even bothered to even come close, and as I said, what resulted was a lot of I don't like Trump gum flappery, unfortunately. But it was fun nonetheless. It was great getting to interact with all of you beautiful people. There's one thing that I didn't touch on, and that was the question that you raised originally, Connor, and is this going to help Trump? I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The Republican primary is over, and unless he has a major health episode, its winner is Donald J. Trump. The primary's over on the Republican side. We already know who the nominee is going to be, unless he has some major health episode. And we all see this for the political side quest, the politically motivated nonsense that it is. And so, folks, keep in mind that this is the first time in American history that we're having a president that is being a former sitting president that's running for office against a president that's running for re-election and being brought to charges against him for things we know not even what. This is Kafkaesque in the most extreme degree, folks. This is terribly bad. Make do with the time you have left. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you all, Connor, again, thank you, every last one of you, Brianna Wu, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, CTV, Destiny, Dylan, Rob, Turk, it's great to see you all again. I hope all of you, I hope God blesses every last one of you in amazing ways. Accept Jesus into your life, and amazing things will come to you as well, folks. God bless every last one of you, and I hope all of you will join me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Yes, that's K as in King, O as in oh my God. You can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. He is extremely happy to know you can find KOE Nation at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Folks, God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here.
need something?
Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves, and I hope all of you make it back to this show happy, healthy, much the wiser. And folks, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Gotcha. All right, Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, I probably have the same opinion of this case that Trump's now resigned lawyers do. I think it does not look
The same day.
great for him. I don't think that he has a good case here, but it's not only here. He has a lot of legal problems coming with him. There's still a development that's happening in Georgia. There's, of course, the New York DA's case. There's, of course, now this case. He just had a settlement get finished where he has been found liable for sexual assault. Whether or not this is going to help his chances while in a Republican primary, I think that's going to rile up the base and get them angry at the fact that Trump's going through all of these legal kerfluffles. But I think in the general, having all of these legal openings about you and your career and what you've done while in the White House and while not in the White House is probably not going to help you with independence, and all the polling seems to indicate that. So while this might help Trump in a general, in the primary, I think it will really, really hurt him in the general and might be the thing that ends up stopping him from becoming president again. And a lot of Republican strategists that I know seem to be very, very worried about that fact, that it's going to be very hard to tell independents, don't worry, the 2 to 3 separate cases opened into him means nothing. It's all a conspiracy. Don't worry about it. Just like the 2020 election was a conspiracy. It's a really tough case for Trump. I do not believe that he can just magically alakablam make anything a declassified document while outside of the White House. He has to do that while he's in the White House. He needs to go with the office of the presidency, do it through the correct manners. This would be extremely dangerous if any president could grab any document from the White House, run home, hold on to it for a year, and just randomly post it on Twitter. There's a reason why that's not the process. It would be because it would be an unbelievably dangerous. KOE is right about one thing, though. The primary is over. Go to chrischristie.com and support the real anti-establishment candidate who's going to change this country for the better. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, Dylan Burns Live on YouTube, and Dylan Burns TV on Twitch. I'm going to be going to Kherson today to be filming the recovery efforts and the damage from the flooding. So if you guys want to follow me on Twitter and see any pictures I post, anything like that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. And I just wanted to take a moment and say, Dylan and I really admire you risking your in order to go cover the war. We talk a lot of shit in these spaces, but very few of the times do we risk our asses actually getting shot in order to talk about the things that we talk about. So I appreciate you doing the work that you do. CTV, go ahead.
Well,
that does it all, doesn't it?
It's been an interesting conversation to be sure. One thing that I feel like nobody's really presented any kind of solutions. We both pointed, everybody seems to be pointing out corruption in the FBI on both sides. One side being held accountable, one side not. I'm actually for, dissolving the entire FBI, right? The ATF, all these big federal agencies, because frankly, let's get back to the Constitution, right? People want to talk about accountability in our republic. That's how you get there. So, at the earliest convenience for these politicians, right, start listening to the people between all the states. Let's call an Article 5 convention, and let's talk about the Constitution. Let's talk about it, right? Because I don't think anybody is, really fucking reads it or understands it. And from that point, there's just always trying to find a justification to do a thing rather than holding to a principle, right? That's what the left is. No principles. We want to do a thing. How can we justify it? And if we can't justify it, then how can we manipulate it in order to make it happen? That's what I continue to see on the left for damn sure, and I've seen it on instances and the right. So politics in general is just fucking corrupt. Everybody needs to understand that. And if you really think these politicians give a fuck about you, then you haven't been paying attention. Now, The worst thing that they could actually do would be to continue on with this indictment of Trump. Like I said at the beginning, it gives him nothing but political sway in the media, and everybody gets to see him, and everybody's talking about him, and this and that, and then you're going to have people going, well, if this was so fucking bad, why isn't there more? And then you're going to have other people saying, well, this is enough, so why aren't we doing something about it? But the fact of the matter is that all these people are just playing games with us, almost like a damn reality TV show in a circus, right? And there's some people that are so far bought into it that they're going to watch the narrative. Their guy gets arrested, he starts media coverage, and then say he does end up in jail. Oh my God. If you thought that there was a possibility of some real shit that went down on January 6th as being the worst that could happen, you hadn't been paying attention. So, setting a precedent for, like, from where I'm sitting, what it in fact is the fault of the government for not collecting all of the classified material that it had placed in someone else's possession at the end of their term of office. They should have already came in there, sent the trucks in, hey, we're collecting up all this stuff, you're not the president, we respect you, da-da-da, but this is all the government's property and we need to take it back. You know, like fucking, like they did, well, any other time that they did. So, that's it, and it was nice to get a chance to talk to everybody. You could find me typically just in my Discord server. I'm actually trying to figure out which platform is the platform to move to, because apparently Twitch is not the one for political debate from what I've been seeing. So, if any of you guys got ideas, let me know. And with that, CTV's out.
Appreciate you. And then, so I'm going to give it to Brianna to do an outro, but I also want to bring up a meme that was suggested from our buddy iCowRich. What if, as people have suggested, Donald Trump declassified everything that he took home with him the second before he left office, but then what if Biden, the second he was inaugurated, classified everything in his brain without doing a memorandum? How do we resolve the psychic battles between two octogenarians, you know, psychically classified and unclassified documents? Which I actually think is an interesting brain exercise. But, Brianna, please.
A lot of the indictment was actually the legal analysis of the indictment. If you look at it, they actually strategically worked around that, and the majority of it is like based on obstruction of justice. But it's too bad we didn't get a chance to talk about the actual indictment tonight. This was a really clarifying debate for me personally. My work right now is trying to unify the left to stop, arguing about all this stuff that does not ultimately matter, and to really think about the things we really share together and get out there and vote. This is so clarifying. Like before tonight, like prepping for this, I'm reading pages of the indictment, I'm reading legal theory about this, and what I needed to be fucking studying was like the last 20 years of Republican conspiracy theories and like the anger against Hillary Clinton, because that's all we could talk about. It was like a DDoS attack on our democracy. This is our future if we don't get out there and win. You have one party that is serious about government and institutions and trying to solve the problems that the American people face. You have another side that increasingly there's this lunatic fringe in the media that treats us like a show. And they have non-serious proposals that they're bringing forward, like dismantling the FBI, as if a country as big as the United States does not need a federal law enforcement apparatus. It's just nuts. And if we're not serious about winning, it's going to be 4 more years of the circus, and our country is going to end up weaker and stupider and less able to deal with anything that's a real problem all over again, exactly like it was with Trump. Yeah, there's a bigger problem that we have in this country. Our democracy is weak right now because we cannot talk to each other. And Destiny is something I appreciate. Your mission objective right now is you are able to go into these spaces and have conversations that is frequently fruitful. I want to do that too, but it's so hard when you have to read up on all this fanfic, and it's impossible to even have anything you say heard. at the very beginning of tonight, I started talking about how I didn't want Trump. I did want Trump to win the nomination, and how this is like, it makes my job harder for 2024. On this panel tonight, I was repeatedly had people tell me that no, I just wanted Trump to go away for crimes, like as if that benefits me. I want the rule of law to work here. And it's frustrating because even when you try to engage in good faith and honestly, the temperature gets turned up so high, it's impossible to have an adult conversation. I know there are smarter Republicans out there. I met them here in Massachusetts. Connor, I think respectfully, you're one of them. There are plenty of thoughtful people out there. They're serious about the country and conservatism. And I just wish we could have had more of them here tonight.
We'll work on it. Destiny?
It sucks because I am not the progressive warrior that a lot of people on the right think I am. I am probably like center left, far left, depending on where I'm at. I do believe that a strong Republican Party is needed for democracy to flourish. I think it is important to have people on the other side of issues in order to keep the left grounded. But I think that we're probably about to see like 2 to 4 years of the Republican Party having to massively reshuffle itself, but I think it's earned. I think the Republicans made a deal with the devil when they brought Trump in. I think that Trump ended up being worse for the country, the Republican Party, and for himself than even the most deranged lunatic lefty could have ever thought. This indictment is like a series of statements that are like comically, cartoonishly villainous. It is so stupidly clear how obvious he laid out all of his crimes, how explicitly brazen he was about violating how to handle classified information, and I don't see him being able to walk away from this. And that's just these. That's leaving alone the Georgia stuff. That's leaving alone however the New York stuff is going to turn out, and God knows what else is being investigated on him right now. So I think the Republican, but regardless of all of this, and you've seen it on this panel, I think for most of the people here, like most Republicans will literally walk off a cliff following Donald Trump, literally to the pits of hell. But like I said, I don't really have any, I don't really feel bad for the Republican Party. I think they kind of earned it. This is the deal they've made. This is the lot they've cast, and we're going to see them, you know, now they're finally starting to pay dividends on that horrible investment, and they will continue to pay dividends on it over the next few years as they figure out like what the party even stands for. Because right now it's Trump and trans issues.
Okay, appreciate you. And then I'm assuming most people can find you, so I'm sure they can just type in Destiny into YouTube or Twitch. Wait, can they? Son of a bitch. So, all right. So, again, everybody's invited to stay at the end. So if you need a dip, dip. If you don't need a dip, don't dip. And then also, money, Mia money, a lot of money right now. I'm like a 3-legged dog in India. Give me your money to the people in chat. So,
wait, did Rob get to give his final statement?
Nope, he hasn't. We're going to do that now. Mr. Rob.
Thank you, Destiny.
I gotta hear the greatest hits one more time.
One more time.
I didn't know we were getting back to Podesta too.
You
Sorry,
should
go ahead.
listen. You should listen, right? Everyone could see that what's happening. Here's the problem, right? Even Destiny, Brianna, Dylan, right? What you can see what they're focusing on here, particularly Brianna and Destiny. They talk about specifically whether or not this is good for Trump, or people walk on. I'm not a Trump sycophant. I criticize him all the time. I probably would like someone like Vivek or DeSantis more, though. I will admit, like everyone else, that I think we can acknowledge that if you're a Republican, these selective prosecutions make me more likely to want to vote for Trump in the primary. But there's certainly a lot to criticize him about. His terrible appointments and things that he had in the past, bombing of Syria, massive spending bills, and a lot of other shit. And let's be honest, if these statements are accurate that he made, it's dumb as fucking shit. Even if you don't think they're criminal, Trump has to understand that he will be perpetually gone after the rest of his life. Everyone surrounding him will be gone after the rest of their life, trying to get people to flip on him, trying to jeopardize him in any legal situation whatsoever. And so if he really did say this shit, that's really fucking stupid of him to say. However, as we've seen with lies from the DOJ, FBI, and other places before, and we've seen the willful lies from Democrats, like saying, he literally went on TV and told Russia to hack Hillary's emails when he was clearly telling a joke. We'll see what happens when the other side gets to respond to this. My issue is that it's more important not to look at individuals that are running for political parties like Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or Donald Trump. The process itself and the institution itself and whether or not there's a double standard is more important. And you can see that people like Brianna and Destiny just don't get it. They're incapable of keeping up in that. They just shout conspiracy theory and say, well, if it was as bad as you say, it would be even worse. It's abject nonsense. The double standards are clear. It's not just me. You could read it from the Durham report. Every single time we talk on any specific one of these issues, whether it be me talking about the Burisma Hunter Biden connection the last time with Destiny, where he just got his ass handed to him, or whether it be talking about the differences, just look at FAR violations. Manafort gets charged with FAR violation. Mueller report says he worked with the Podesta Podesta Group, Podesta Group gets allowed to retroactively file. Or campaign finance. Hillary team's allowed to just pay a small fine. Trump's team gets indicted 2 years after the statute of limitations. I noticed Destiny talked about statute of limitations, but didn't seem to have a problem with that Bragg situation there. So that's the problem. And the way to look at this is this. I assume that Trump's committed even more crimes than this alleged one, whether you think it's a crime or not. If you say, we don't like this guy, as Chuck Schumer said, and so the intel agencies will take him down, and all of these institutions get on board with that, eventually that leads to a system where you allow that corruption to pick winners and losers. Our system should be one where the voters get to decide whether or not they like Trump or they like someone else, not the FBI falsely accusing them of being a Russian puppet, spying on them, leaking that information to the press, etc., going from one investigation to the next. Just to respond to a couple of things that was said there, Dylan gives the game away when he says, quote, this might be the thing that stops Trump from winning the general election. Right, just like Rachel Maddow said the other day, that's exactly what the purpose of this is. And then he gives a laundry list of investigations, including the one in New York that is clearly bullshit. It's clearly bullshit, and that's the whole point. Just find something. Please stop him from having the chance to win. Now, it is true that people like Brianna and the Democrats, this is exactly the plan. They know that this will help Trump in the primary, but they know that it'll most likely hurt him in the general election. So this is the play. Just like in 2016, we could see the documents that showed Hillary Clinton's team wanted Trump to win the primary. That's why he got favorable coverage from press groups until the primary was over, and then they went in the bag for Hillary Clinton. So that's what's going on. Brianna says, conspiracy theory, that's code for I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and I can't keep up, so I just accuse the other person of being conspiracy theorist. She could take any one of the double standards.
That people would believe it?
Just like law. Do we have any saved rounds before? So pretending that like.
I really agree with that, Connor. I've listened to 3 hours.
If I was to summarize the same story that you were kind of.
Oh, did Cheryl Mills?
I think.
Proper and wanted to make blah blah blah, but the it was for
who did not.
So
it's
from the
FBI's,
it's
people that aren't corrupt. I'm not saying that when I. That doesn't matter either. But sorry.
Okay, so
unless you have the.
Yep.
You will be prosecuted. You can be prosecuted under federal law.
Correct. The important part.
All the time. And it's very rarely registered properly. You could probably get thousands of lawyers in this country.
I think the FBI and law enforcement
say this. The reason that they're able to find these things is that we're in 2016, we can see the documents that showed Hillary Clinton's team wanted Trump to win the primary. That's why he got favorable coverage from press groups until the primary was over, and then they went in the bag for Hillary Clinton. So that's what's going on. Brianna says, conspiracy theory, that's code for I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I can't keep up, so I just accuse the other person of being conspiracy theorist. She could take any one of the double standards that I've talked about, focus on it for the next 3 hours, I'll talk to her, and she could prove how I'm just spreading bullshit conspiracy theories, and we'll go through any one of them she wants, and I'll show that it's true. She says that she's worried that we'll get 4 more years. Yeah, Comey said this the other day. Wouldn't it be terrible if we get 4 years of a politician, a president that's going after his political opponents with lawfare? Oh, you mean like the 4 years that was gone against Trump and that Biden's doing now? I hope that Trump wins. If he did, if he's the nominee, I hope that he wins, and I hope that he investigates every fucking Democrat for all kinds of crazy shit. I hope that he pays for opposition research and then orders his FBI to spy on his opponents, then leaks it to the press. I hope that he goes after every one of them for FARA violations and for campaign finance violations that almost every politician commits. I hope he does that so we can hear Brianna and them instead of just saying, well, trust the system. We have to trust the good people in politics. All of a sudden, they'll have a problem and say that it's biased. She said that it was that she just wants the rule of law, yet she hasn't read the bare minimum of things like the Durham report. And anytime people brings up, even Connor, who's not like anytime, like, he'll tell you that there were shady things in the Durham report. She doesn't give a shit. She cares about the rule of law, but she hand waves. That's just conspiracy theory. And lastly, she says that the temp was so high that she was trying to have a reasonable conversation. In her fucking opening statement, she called us children. She condescended from the opening, which I don't mind rolling around in the mud with pigs. And Brianna, you're certainly that. But please don't take the high road here. Like, I don't mean physically. I didn't mean that. I mean she's fucking getting dirty and being dirty about things. So, like, yeah, I'm not. Look at me. I'm not insulting anyone's physical appearance. But yeah, you don't get to be a shithead and then complain about it. You know, and just lastly, I'll just say this: the reason that they're able to find these things that we're even able to talk about the things that we see here about how bad it looks for Trump is because they did thorough investigations, violated attorney-client privilege, they subpoenaed text message, emails, etc. They refused to do any of that, even when there was clear obstruction of justice. I'll leave you with this. Everybody here knows, the Democrats all know, all of them, Destiny knows, Dylan knows, Brianna knows, that the way you do investigations like this is you go after low-level people, you charge them with crimes, and then you try to get them to flip. That's exactly what they're doing with Nada. That makes sense, that's what you do. The fact that they did the exact opposite in the Hillary Clinton investigation, where they said, instead we'll just give immunity, and then ask him, oh, did anybody tell you to do this? No, I did it myself. Imagine if that's how the task they would have taken, the equal standard here. Just gave Nada immunity and said, did Trump tell you to do stuff? And he said, no, I did it all on my own. We wouldn't be having this conversation. So you're always able to focus in on these details when you have a double standard that investigates one team as hard as possible, goes after them for process crimes, and turns the screws on them, but gives the other side immunity or refuses to investigate. Rob Noor, you can find me wherever.
Okay, very cool. So this officially ends the debate segment of this. What I would like to do for anybody who wants to engage is basically just have a conversation. We can move it wherever we want to. We can talk about the Trump indictment. We can talk about the Durham report. We can talk about our family lives. We can do whatever. Typically, I run this for like the last hour, the first 2 hours of the debate, and then the last hour is just us kind of vibing. We're all creators. We're all contenders. We all throw elbows. We all talk shit. We all roll in the mud. So wouldn't it be cool to kind of have a more chill conversation about it? So the Destiny brings up a question, or brought up a question about 30 minutes ago, basically saying like, hey Connor, weren't you a cop? Don't you understand that there's statute of limitations when it comes to investigations? If I worked in a city and the mayor's son was posting to social media how he was like banging prostitutes, smoking crack, working for a local business and taking thousands of dollars, all that kind of shit. Like I see Dylan nodding his head and the lefties like the fucking meme on it or whatever. It would probably be bad for my career, but I would see that as somebody that in a just world would be thoroughly investigated. So the pistol shit isn't necessarily what I care about. It's the fact that it seems like, I think, I'll wrap it up. I've been patiently listening to y'all for 2 hours, so if you indulge some of my rants, I would be appreciative.
Please.
But I can add to this conversation too.
Yeah, if 5 years from now, I bring up Hunter Biden about how the FBI and the DOJ and local law enforcement investigated Hunter Biden and nothing ever came of it, and then you tell me, well, that's 5 years ago, you're fucking boring, shut the fuck up, I'm gonna be a little annoyed.
Yeah, so a bunch of the statute of limitations thing, it's like, yes, when the incident happened with Hunter Biden, it was 5 years ago, but you know what was happening 5 years ago? The not reporting of what was actually going on, and they were doing these investigations. Connor, I sent you the Politico article that covers all this. Well within statute of limitations, it was in like the year of it occurring, and it just never went forward. So it's like, why couldn't we prosecute these federal firearms charges then? Why? Yep. Because there was no political capital in going after it.
I mean, look.
Yeah,
so
you go first.
I just want to say, I think if
looking for something
liberals were
specific,
being intellectually honest here, I think that if we really wanted to stand for issues like, how can I say this? Something I saw when